Google Slides will inevitably fail and crash if too many people join the document. So you can now go to the AM26 hub on Linktree, and it's a second link from the top. You click on the Google document, and then there's the link to the slide deck. You won't be able to edit, but you can go around the document and check stuff for yourself. Just to calm candidates down, due to that, we did not add your slides to the slide deck. So no worries, nothing will be shared prematurely. Again, do not share this link with your delegates, because only IFMSA accounts can access the file anyway. And if you can properly see the slides, please make room in that file for those who actually cannot access them properly. Okay, that's it. So we can now proceed with the agenda. This is the originally shared agenda of Plenary 2. I think there's no reason to repeat it. However, we received a procedural motion from the IFMSA Executive Board that would ask for the removal of the point adoption of annual program reports. It would be removed from Plenary 2 and moved to Plenary 3, and would become the first agenda point of tomorrow's plenary. So procedural motion number 4, that would require 2/3 majority, reads: to change the plenary agenda of the 75th General Assembly August meeting 2026 to the version last shared on the NMO server on August 2nd, 2026. And the amended agenda, the proposed amended agenda was already shared with you on the server. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Mike for the EB.
So this procedural motion aims to amend the positioning of the PAR from Plenary 2 to Plenary 3. It works out within the time management of both plenaries as well, and it allows us to have further discussions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA VPA. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Who's that? Who's that at the... behind Egypt, it's Kazakhstan, right? Yes. You're the seconder. Yeah. Okay, and it's a procedural motion, so we are now going to vote. So please open the vote. And while we are voting, I can just let you know that right after the vote, we'll be handing out your voting cards with the flags so that the plenary team can see you. Please vote. If you face any voting issues, let us know. You can vote. Which one? Algeria. I'll check the vote. We have 50 votes. Please continue voting. All right, 5 more seconds. And the vote is closed. We received 58 votes, 54 in favor, 3 against, and 1 abstention. And it means that the motion has passed with 2/3 majority, and the agenda has been amended. Please show the amended agenda without the point adoption of the annual program reports. So just one update, we'll be handing out the cards after this agenda point because of the fact that we will need a technical break either way, so we're going to not waste additional time. So agenda item number 16 is the adoption of the report on renumbering changes to the IFMSA constitution and bylaws. And we received a regular motion 7. Which reads, to adopt the report on renumbering corrections to the IFMSA constitution and bylaws as shared on the NMO server on August 1st, 2026, with changes implemented effective immediately. And the motion was tabled by IFMSA Executive Board. Would you like to explain?
Okay, this renumbering report contains the leftover corrections we missed during the last renumbering process in MM. Fixing the resubmission deadline is important for specifically the GA host candidatures and the program candidatures. And then we have a correction of an error I made when sharing the post MM26 constitution and bylaws. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IFMSA VPA. Do we have a seconder? Who's there?
Lithuania and Azerbaijan in the middle.
Azerbaijan. Do we have any amendments? Do we have any amendments to the report?
Yes, we have an amendment to the motion. We would like to amend the date within the motion from August 1st, 2026 to August 2nd, 2026 at 5:54 a.m. GMT.
Thank you. The amendment has been received. So I assume that you accept the amendment. Does the seconder accept the amendment? Azerbaijan? Do you? You do not accept it. So you, as seconder, you need to decide whether you accept the amendment and it would be incorporated or not. So do you accept the amendment? Yes. Okay. Do we have a direct negative to the motion? Could you name your NMO? I can't see that. Favecos and Venezuela. Do you have any alternative motion? No. Therefore, we proceed to the vote.
Hi everyone, we're not there yet and we're still voting, so please remain quiet and vote. We're at 50 votes. Please vote and quiet down. Shh. Thank you. Just keep it quiet for 1 more minute until the chair closes the vote.
Okay, we are closing the vote in 5. And the vote has been closed. We received 59 votes in total, 58 in favor, 1 against, and 0 abstentions. Therefore, the motion has passed and the renumbering has been approved. And now we received a request for 5 minutes of technical break so that everyone can receive on the NMO server the updated valid version of the IFMSA Constitution and bylaws. And in that time, not to waste any time, we will be handing out, the CCC will be handing out your voting cards.
Okay, this is Felix here from the CCC. So we're going to do this, that we read out your NMO name. You put up your hand visible for our lovely returning officers. And when you have raised your hand, you will receive your voting card. So if you did not listen, you will not gain your voting card. And we begin. So first one is ACMSL Albania. Please raise your hand in order to receive your voting card. IFMSA Algeria. Bill Armenia. Bill Armenia not present yet. We cannot leave voting cards laying around unattended, so we will keep it. IFMSA Argentina. I repeat, IFMSA Argentina. Bill Armenia, still no. AMSA Austria. Azar MDS Azerbaijan. BMMS Bangladesh. In the front row, BMSS Bangladesh. Then we have BAMSA Belgium. Bohemza BH. I think we have Bohemza Bosnia-Herzegovina. No. Okay. Why do we have BH? Samsung BH.
I copied it from the voting instructor. The VPN checked it.
Okay, and Samsung BH, does anyone know it? Samsung BH. IFMSA Brazil. Up front there. IFMSA Brazil. Coming to you. Then in Brazil. BMSA Brunei. AMSB Bulgaria. AEM Burkina Faso. ABEM Burundi. Kamsa Cameroon. CFMS Canada. Up front here, thank you. IFMSA Quebec next to those. Nimunic Cape Verde. IFMSA Chile. CFMSA China. Askimkol, Colombia. ACEM, Costa Rica. I repeat, ACEM, Costa Rica. Kromzy, Croatia. Kromzy, Croatia. Simza, Cyprus. Simza, Cyprus. MSANC, Northern Cyprus. IFMSA, CZ, Czech Republic. To the left. Yeah. IMCC, Denmark. Next to those. ODEM, Dominican Republic. Okay. AMPPI, Ecuador. Would you like something out the CCC report whilst I am doing this? No, I wasn't able to do it. AMPPI, Ecuador. IFMSA, Egypt. IFMSA, El Salvador. STMSA, Estonia. FIMSIC, Finland. ANEM, France. GMSA, Georgia. GMSA, Georgia. Yeah. BVMD, Germany. FGMSA, Ghana. Helmsic, Greece. Helmsic, Greece. Online. IFMSA, Grenada. IFMSA, Guatemala. IFMSA, Honduras. AMSA, HK, Hong Kong. HAMSA, Hungary. MSA, Iceland. MSAI, India. SIMSA, Indonesia. IFMSA, Iran. IFMSA, Iraq. IFMSA, Kurdistan. AMSI, Ireland. FIMS, Israel. CISM, Italy. IFMSA, Japan. Yeah, I know. It's Italy. CISM, Italy. Huh? CISM, yeah. So I repeat, CISM, Italy. Animals. So CISM, Italy, your hands once again. Thank you very much. IFMSA, Japan. Perfect. IFMSA, Joe. So IFMSA, Joe. Kazmza, Kazakhstan. MSA, Kenya. Lamza, Latvia. Lemzig, Lebanon. It's okay, it was given. Lemzig, Lebanon. And let me say Libya. Limsa, Lithuania. Limsa, Lithuania. Hands once again, please. Alem, Luxembourg. MSA, Malawi. SMM, AMS, Malaysia. MMSA, Malta. AMMEF, Mexico. Momzik, Montenegro. IFMSA, Morocco. I repeat, IFMSA, Morocco. Yes. IFMSA, NL. IFMSA, NL. NIMSA, Nigeria. NMSA, Norway. NMSA, Norway. Metzgo, Oman. PMSA, Palestine. I repeat, PMSA, Palestine. IFMSA, Panama. IFMSA, Panama. IFMSA, Paraguay. IFMSA, Peru. Peru is in the middle, hands up, perfect, thank you. AMSA, Philippines. IFMSA, Poland. IFMSA, Poland. ANAM, Portugal. KMSA, Korea. Okay. ASRM, Moldova. I repeat, ASRM, Moldova. MMSA, Macedonia. MMSA, Macedonia have their hands up, and accessories as well. Do we want? We don't have to. We explained everything this morning. FASMR, Romania. HTCM, Russia. Tamza, Kazakhstan. Metza, Rwanda. IFMSA Serbia, Coms Kosovo, SLEMSA Sierra Leone, AMSA Singapore, AMSA Singapore, SLOMSA Slovakia, SLOMSA Slovakia have their hands up in the middle. Slomzig Slovenia, IFMSA Spain, AECS Catalonia, Metzin Sudan, Metzin Sudan, FSMA South Sudan, IFMSA Sweden, IFMSA Sweden, SWIMSA Switzerland, SMSA Syria, FMS Taiwan, Associa Mat Tunisia, I repeat, Associa Mat Tunisia, Turkmenic Turkey, FAMSA Uganda, AMSA Ukraine, IFMSA UAE, SFGH UK, TAMSA Tanzania, TAMSA Tanzania, AMSA US, Vivesokem Venezuela, NOHS Vietnam, NEMS Yemen, I repeat, NAMS Yemen, ZIMSA Zimbabwe, IFMSA BH, IFMSA Bolivia, MSA DRC, AMSA Ethiopia. Okay, and we're done. Okay. Cool. Yeah. We AMG Gabon, Gamza Gambia, AEM Guinea, AHEM Haiti, NOHSS Ivory Coast, Jamza Jamaica, Kumza Kuwait, AMSA Kyrgyzstan, LMSA Liberia, APS Mali, NMSS Nepal, AESS Niger, IFMSA Pakistan, QMSA Qatar, NAHSAS Somalia, IFMSA SA, and AEMP Togo. Roll call complete, voting cards all handed out. Thank you for staying calm during this process. And thanks to our lovely returning officers.
Thank you so much, CCC and returning officers. Just a notification, it will not take any time for future plenaries because you'll just be collecting the voting cards from the CCC when you enter the room. However, just a quick reminder, if you want to leave the room, you cannot, just like the baggage at the airport, you cannot leave your voting card unattended. So please return it to the CCC before leaving the hall, even for a short bathroom break. And the new version of the Constitution and bylaws following renumbering changes has been shared over the NMO server. And whenever we get 1 second, we're going to update it in the AM26 hub so that the link leads to the most correct version of the bylaws. We proceed to agenda item 17, adoption of the preliminary report of the... Okay, we need to check something on the server. Okay, there were some issues with sharing the CCC report, but you should have received it by now. Check your inbox. So just you have 3 to 5 minutes to familiarize yourself with the new version of the report before we proceed with adopting. Yeah, there was just a typo in the email as the CCC was sending it. But now everything's sorted. So we'll be resuming past 8. Just before we proceed, just two reminders to the those who want to submit procedural motions. First, in order for the procedural motion to be valid and considered, both of the proposers need to fill out the form with exactly the same text of the motion. Secondly, if it is your wish for the procedural motion to be tabled at a very particular moment during the plenary, so let's say between two particular agenda points, please approach the plenary team. For example, text the vice chairperson on WhatsApp, and so that we know what your intention is. Perfect. You can find the new bylaws in the AM26 hub and on the NMO server, so we can safely proceed with agenda item 17, adoption of the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee. We received regular motion number 8. It says to adopt the preliminary report of the Constitution Credential Committee of the 75th General Assembly August meeting 2026 as last shared on the NMO server. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? Fast from Romania. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? SWIMSA Switzerland. And we proceed to the vote. Please open the vote. The vote is open. Please vote. We have 54 votes, so we'll be closing in 30 seconds. If you face any issues with voting, let us know. Okay, we are closing the vote right now. We have received 65 votes, 57 in favor, 4 against, and 4 abstentions, which means that the motion passes with simple majority. At this point, we received a request for a speakers list, and it regards a procedural motion that was submitted by IFMSA Quebec. So there could be another speakers list, so they will be separating them per topic. So let's hear from IFMSA Quebec, right? Are you here in the hall? Okay, yes, IFMSA Quebec. Please have the floor. Returning officers.
Whenever. Okay. This is a statement on behalf of IFMSA Quebec, FEVISM, SOSEM Venezuela, LEMSIC Lebanon, and any other NMO that lives their voting card in support. We stand before you today to request a suspension of bylaw 3.83E. First, we want to acknowledge that bylaws are the foundation of our federation. They exist to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability. And we do not believe that suspending bylaws should ever become the standard way of conducting business. However, we believe this is an exceptional situation. Our candidature was deemed invalid because our business plan did not include a cost of external financial auditing. In our application, we stated that financial management and accounting oversight would be entrusted to Fonds FMQ, IFMSA Quebec's long-standing financial partner. Their expertise and established relationship with our organization allow them to provide this service free of charge. Because there was no associated cost, none was included in our budget. We fully understand the CCC's interpretation of the bylaw and appreciate the work they do to uphold our regulations. Our request today is not about challenging that decision, it is simply about ensuring that this technical omission does not prevent our candidature from reaching the democratic process. Suspending this bylaw would not alter the financial requirement of the meeting, nor would it affect any other aspect of the General Assembly. It would only restore the opportunities for NMOs to decide which host they wish to entrust with the August meeting 2027. We also want to note that we are incredibly proud that this year there are 2 candidates from the Americas. We congratulate AMEF Mexico for putting forward a strong bid, and we sincerely hope that both our NMOs have the equal opportunity to present our vision for the welcoming the Federation to our beautiful region.
Okay, the time is off.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please share your statement through the NMO server. All right, a request for people at the back to stay quiet. So we will now continue with this speakers list. However, the only topics relating to this particular issue, the bylaw suspension, will be accepted into this speakers list. For other issues, I'm aware there will be another request, but let's handle this first. If it's not related to the bylaw suspension, after the vote is done on the procedural motion, we will handle the rest of the statement. So is there anyone willing to speak on this particular issue regarding the candidature, the bylaw suspension? Online? No. Okay, I see none. So I close this speakers list. And the procedural motion that was submitted by IFMSA Quebec and by AMEF Mexico reads, to suspend bylaws paragraph 3.83E until the end of the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026. And the explanation is as follows. IFMSA Quebec's candidature to host the 76th General Assembly, August meeting 2027 was deemed invalid because the business plan did not specify the cost of external financial auditing. The application, it identifies funds FMQQ, IFMSA Quebec's long-standing financial partner, as the body responsible for the financial management and oversight. As this service is provided free of charge, no associated cost was included in the budget. The paragraph needs to be suspended because, under its current interpretation, the absence of an explicitly stated audit costs renders IFMSA Quebec's candidature invalid because meeting the underlying requirement of independent financial oversight. By suspending bylaws paragraph 3.83.e, the General Assembly will be able to consider IFMSA Quebec's candidature as procedurally valid and vote democratically between the eligible host bids for the August meeting 2027. So this is the procedural motion number 5. The proposals are as follows. Do we have a seconder for this motion? LEMSIC Lebanon. It's a procedural motion, so we proceed directly to the vote. Please vote. So much, we are now closing the vote. And we received 67 votes in total, 41 in favor, 18 against, 8 abstentions. So we received 61, okay, just a second. Okay, since we received twice as much votes in favor than against, we meet the 2/3 requirement. So it means that motion passes with 2/3 majority and the bylaw is suspended. We now would like to give the floor to the CCC to explain the impact of the vote.
Hello, this is Felix here from the CCC. By suspension of 3.83e, candidates for hosting a General Assembly meeting do not have to provide a business plan with an estimated budget that includes costs pertaining to food, accommodation, facilities, financial management, and external auditing to be valid for their submitted candidates. So this means that IFMSA Quebec's candidature on this point becomes valid.
Thank you. Just a quick break. All right, we received another request for a speakers list, and the first NMO on the list will be IFMSA Algeria. What?
What's the speakers list topic?
Okay, so what will be the topic of the speakers list? Can you?
SAPCO report.
SAPCO report. Is there any trigger warning associated?
What?
Any trigger warning associated with the speakers list?
No.
No. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to be on the speakers list? Lemsig Lebanon. And IFMSA SAPCO last, and before IFMSA SAPCO, IFMSA no. Sorry, I can't hear you. The topic, SAPCO report. So do you want to be on it? Okay, so it's going to be Algeria, Lebanon, IFMSA Joe, and IFMSA SAPCO.
I'll start. Dear IFMSA family, before the adoption of the investigation report concerning the LRA as an annex to the SAPCO report, we wish to raise concerns regarding the report, its methodology, and the precedent that its adoption would establish for our federation. The report identifies concerns regarding communication, responsiveness, coordination, and professional judgment. These concerns deserve consideration. However, the central question is whether the report sufficiently distinguishes between performance challenges that require support and improvement and circumstances that demonstrate an inability to fulfill the duty in office. The report itself presents a complex picture. It recognizes meaningful contribution by the LRA, including external representation advocacy work, policy development, partnerships, and continued engagement throughout the mandate. Yet it doesn't sufficiently explain how these contributions were weighed against the shortcomings identified, or how the conclusions reached follow the evidence presented. We are concerned that several findings rely on conflicting testimonies, subjective perception, and unverified allegation, where conclusion may have serious consequences for an elected official. The distinction between objectively established facts and individual interpretation must be particularly clear. Furthermore, the report doesn't sufficiently consider the broader context of the mandate, including the documented challenges within the external affairs structure, difficulties in supervision and support, and the exceptional circumstances under the officials' continued serving. Context doesn't remove accountability, but accountability without context risks conclusions that do not fully reflect reality. We also believe the report doesn't adequately explain why progressive accountability mechanisms such as guidance, supervision, probation.
Thank you. The time is over. Thank you so much. And we will proceed to Lemsig, Lebanon.
Nice. Yeah. Dear delegates, LEMSIC approaches this matter as it does with every institutional matter, through the framework established by our constitution and bylaws. These are the foundations through which we govern ourselves, make institutional decisions, and determine our positions on matters affecting our organization and its engagement within IFMSA. The existence of constitutional and accountability structures reflects the importance we place on institutional oversight, accountability, and the proper functionality of elected and appointed positions. Yes. For that reason, decisions should not be interpreted as a personal judgment on any individual or official, nor as a judgment on the NMO to which that individual belongs. Our responsibility here is to evaluate personalities, but to determine as NMOs how we should engage with developing this federation. However, LEMSIC would like to address the atmosphere that has developed in this room right before this plenary officially started. While every NMO has the right to seek clarification, ask questions, and express concerns, it increasingly feels that this discussion has moved beyond its original purpose. The repeated questioning of members of the team of officials, many of whom are directly or indirectly involved in this matter, has created an environment that feels less like an effort to understand institutional processes and more like a personal interrogation. We fully respect the right of delegates to raise one question, two questions, or several other questions when clarifications is genuinely needed. However, there comes a point where this targeting no longer contributes to understanding and instead creates the impression of assigning personal blame to individuals who are fulfilling their institutional responsibilities. This is not the purpose of accountability mechanism. LEMSIC believes that institutional accountability should never become a matter of personal judgment or political positioning. Ultimately, our roles as NMOs is to uphold
the time
due
is up.
process,
Thank you so much,
respect, and mandates.
LEMSIC.
Okay.
And so we now go to IFMSA Joe.
Dear IFMSA EB, IFMSA TO, IFMSA EB elect, and future IFMSA TO elect. This is a kind reminder that you are the leadership of one of the world's largest and oldest student-run organizations. I repeat, you are the leadership of one of the world's largest and oldest student-run organization. During this term, we witnessed unacceptable behavior from some members of this federation's leadership that demonstrated a complete disregard for responsibilities entrusted to some of them. This is not an opinion, it is reflected in the report before us. The Supervising Council reports increasing number of investigation requests and concerns regarding the work of multiple officials. It further states that these cases point to a broader issue of officials assuming leadership positions with inadequate preparation, unrealistic expectations, and a lack of readiness for their roles. Those are not words delegates invented. Those are the conclusions of the body mandated to oversee this federation. There's another issue that this term has exposed. Somewhere along the way, communication became confused with gossip. So let's briefly explain each one of them. Communication is transparent, it is timely, it happens in the appropriate spaces with the appropriate people and the purpose of solving problems. However, gossip is something entirely different. It's selective, it spreads half-truths, assumptions, and personal narratives in private chats and calls. It turns colleagues into opponents, suspicions into trust, and divisions instead of collaboration. Leadership is not measured by how well you speak during sessions or how many meetings you attended. It's measured by your respect for the governance, your professionalism, your ability to collaborate, and your willingness to accept responsibility when things go wrong. To those seeking leadership next term, being elected is not an achievement, it's a commitment to competence, a commitment to integrity, a commitment to humility, and above all, a commitment to remembering that this federation is always bigger than your personal ambitions, your friendships, and your disagreements. Because every time leadership fails to uphold these principles...
The time is up. Thank you so much, IFMSA Joe. And just an intervention from me, could the returning officers could please open the doors? NMOs are asking for some air. Thank you so much, IFMSA Joe, for your statement. Is there anyone who would like to go before IFMSA Sapko who requested to be last? We will not be allowing any more speakers lists on this, so if there's anything outstanding, please raise your hand. There is none. IFMSA Sapko.
Isidora Sheikher on behalf of SAPCO. Dear NMO Presidents, up next for adoption is Supervising Council report for M26, which covers all the functions of the Supervising Council from the MM26 to the start of this GA. This report covers our activities, is a record of advice, recommendations, interpretations, and guidance provided to the work and procedures of the IFMSA. This report was discussed at the President's sessions, and we appreciate your engagement. We would like to remind everyone of the importance of maintaining a respectful and constructive environment. Disagreements and with decisions, recommendations, or report is a natural and healthy part of our democratic process. However, personal attacks and using language that discredits individuals rather than addressing the substance of the investigation and problem itself does not contribute to the productive dialogue. In particular, we would like to address the use of prejudice term during today's discussion. Such terminology should never be used lightly or as a rhetorical tool. There are established procedures for addressing inappropriate communication, such as COCC, and using these terms in spaces such as President sessions without investigation concluded or evidence presented is not acceptable. The Supervising Council was elected by the General Assembly to independently oversee the work of the Federation, assess compliance with our government documents, and present our findings transparently to the membership. This responsibility is not optional, nor is selective. We understand that some of our conclusions may be difficult to receive, particularly when their concerns matter of accountability. Nevertheless, fulfilling our mandate faithfully is a very responsibility entrusted by you. We therefore urge all NMO presidents to remember the shared responsibility we all hold toward this federation and to refrain from actions that go against the values and principles of IFMSA. SAPCO was elected by the General Assembly to serve you. As the Supervising Council, we are here for our NMOs. Precisely because of that, we have the responsibility to carry out our mandate objectively, impartially, and in accordance with the Constitution and bylaws.
Thank you, IFMSA. 2 minutes have passed. Please, all four parties, please send your statements to the NMO server. Therefore, we close the speakers list, and we proceed with agenda item 18, which is the adoption of the report of the Supervising Council. And we received the regular motion number 9, to adopt the latest amended version of the report of the Supervising Council for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 2026, as sent on the NMO server on the 30th of July 2026. The motion is proposed by the IFMSA Supervising Council. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? Please show your flags rather than the names. IMC Denmark. Do we have any amendments? IFMC Algeria. IFMC Algeria, what's your amendment? Mike to Algeria.
They can amend the motion.
Thank you. Before presenting our proposed amendment, we would like to explain the reasoning behind them. First, we reiterate that IFMSA Algeria fundamentally questioned part of the report for the reason detailed in our written statement submitted by email and presented during the President's session. However, recognizing that the report may still proceed to a vote, we believe it's our responsibility to propose amendment that would at least ensure the final document complies with the standard expected of an official investigation report. The report states in its introduction that it generally excludes claims that it's not verified or supported by evidence. It's not a minor procedural point. It's a very principle that give an investigation its credibility.
Thank you.
I would
just a question. Is your amendment an amendment to the motion or to the text of the document?
So I mentioned just the amendment.
Yes, the amendment. Okay. Can you share it with us so that we can see it?
So the amendment 1 is to remove the section 6.4. Members of the team of officials or supervising council may not represent their NMO toward IFMSA in any way for the entire duration of their term. The amendment number 2 is to remove the paragraph in result of the Constitution, bylaws, and NDA selection. Quoted, some responders outlined concerns about NDA breaking as one of the PT candidates was aware of the feedback shared only with officials and responses alleged LRA involvement.
Thank you, IFMSA Algeria. Just wanted to maybe first intervene and then ask the CCC clarification, because the possibility of amendment is at this stage only to the text of the motion. Could the CCC perhaps take a stance on this? Whether this amendment is valid at that point?
Eline Schiger from the CCC speaking. There is indeed a bylaw called bylaw 3.103 that disallows anyone but the authors to amend the report of the Supervisory Council. However, the motions themselves are not included in this bylaw, so the motion is subject to amendments by anyone who wants to do so. So the amendment, I can see it on screen and it was a bit fast while we're looking up things. If it can be repeated, if it's only including the motion text, then it is.
Okay, so please share the amendments in a text form with the secretary team so that we can share it on screen and can also CC the CCC.
This means we're on like a very short little technical break, so please remain quiet. Don't get up, don't leave.
Yeah, we explained that it is only for the motion.
But we need one person attention to the plenary, and I think we're kind of going wrong with it. Do you want to be the person paying attention to this question? Sure, but can we try to take up a document with the motion logic? Can you take over updating the motions in the third version of the report so that I can pay attention to the plenary?
The motion we answered, so let's continue.
Because if it is, as I understand correct, that they were trying to change parts of the report itself, then our position is very clear on that. That cannot be changed. So if I can just get a clear nod that it was, then this amendment cannot happen.
Okay, please share the amendment with the secretary team. It was shared?
Hindi, magkaiba. Hindi naman.
We are checking now, but we're having some internet issues. There is nothing on the email account of the secretary. It's plenarysecretary@ifmsa.org. We still don't have it on email.
Could you maybe otherwise verbally just repeat it? Because that would be okay for us to move on.
Mike for Algeria.
Thank you. It's noted. It's noted that we can't amend the report, so thank you. We don't have amendments.
Okay, thank you, Algeria. Do we have any further amendments to the motion? I see none. Do we have a direct negative to the motion? Krumsik, Croatia. Would you like to explain? Any alternative motion? No. Then we proceed to the vote. Algeria, is it a point of order? Okay, we already accepted one. And the vote is now open. Okay, we are leaving you with 20 seconds to vote. We have 61 votes in, so last chance to vote. We are closing the vote right now. Point of order, IFMSA Joe. Mike to IFMSA Joe. The vote has been closed already. We signaled that there would be 20 seconds to the closure of the vote, and the vote was like 3 minutes long. So sadly, we cannot accept it because the vote has been closed by the time you raised the flag. So we received 66 votes in favor, 66 votes in total, sorry, 40 in favor, 18 against, 8 suspensions, which means 8 abstentions, yes. There are too many words, which means that the motion passes with simple majority. There are now 2 separate requests for speakers lists. So again, to keep order in the plenary, we'll be following one by one. The first one concerns the SAPCO report, and the second speakers list contains discussion about another procedural motion for bylaw suspension. So we'll proceed now with the one about the SAPCO report, and SAPCO wanted to take the floor. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I see none. IFMSA SAPCO, you have the floor.
Ati Hihim on behalf of SAPCO. Dear NMOs, dear team of officials, we have just adopted the Supervising Council report. This document now serves as a vital part of our institutional memory and reflects our collective efforts throughout our term. We sincerely thank you for your trust and for recognizing our contributions. We want to emphasize how important feedback, comments, and the questions raised by NMOs throughout the term are for our work. Your engagement not only strengthens our work, but also plays a key role in fostering informed decision-making and upholding the democratic spirit of our federation. We remain open to your inputs and anticipate meaningful discussions. We also deeply appreciate the ongoing collaboration maintained with the Executive Board and the team of officials. Their commitment and cooperation have been essential in fulfilling our responsibilities effectively. We take this opportunity to reaffirm our dedication to our federation, and most importantly to our members, who remain at the heart of everything we do. We will continue to safeguard the interests of the Federation, our regulatory documents, procedures, and values, and remain at your service. Thank you once again.
So now, thank you. Is there anyone else willing to speak on the speakers list? No, therefore we close speakers list number 6 and we open speakers list number 7, which concerns the procedural motion that was submitted by 2 NMOs. It's Mexico, Oman and IFMSA Morocco. And it concerns the suspension of the bylaw paragraph 3.80.b. And we will now open the speakers list so that the NMOs that submitted the motion and others possibly can share their views. Then we'll proceed with the CCC, who will deem on the validity of the motion, as well as will explain the impact it could potentially have if passed, if it's valid, and then we might proceed to the vote. So let's open the speakers list number 7. Who would like to be on the speakers list? It's IFMSA Morocco and Axe Catalonia. IFMSA Morocco, you take the floor first. So mic to Morocco.
Hihim, Hamza Alami, IFMSA Morocco. So this motion requests the suspension of bylaw 3.80b due to an administrative error during the submission process. The candidate mistakenly uploaded the AF instead of the required TDC. Upon being informed of the mistake, IFMSA Morocco immediately submitted the correct TDC by email in order to rectify the error. The required document was therefore not intentionally omitted, but rather replaced by an incorrect attachment as a result of a document mix-up. As stipulated by bylaw 3.80b, the absence of the required TDC renders the candidature invalid, although the correct document was submitted immediately after the error was identified. The CCC is bound by the bylaws and cannot validate the candidature without a suspension of this provision. Consequently, the General Assembly is the only body able to grant an exception in this specific case. Suspending bylaw 3.80b for this candidature would allow the subsequently submitted TDC to be accepted, thereby validating the candidature and enabling the General Assembly to assess the candidate on her qualification, rather than on an administrative error that was promptly corrected in good faith. This suspension would apply solely to this individual case and would not constitute a permanent amendment to the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, IFMSA Morocco. Now let's go to Axe Catalonia.
Can I start? Yeah.
Yes, you can start.
Dear NMOs, this statement is on behalf of Axe Catalonia, ANEM Portugal, IFMSA Spain, ANEM France, and all NMOs raising the voting cards. We would like to remind you that our Constitution and bylaws, as our highest regulatory document, should be treated with respect. Suspending bylaws should not be a common practice, but rather an exceptional procedure for exceptional situations. We believe we shouldn't use bylaw suspensions as a solution for the problems, but rather reflect the possible changes to the bylaws we deem we have outgrown. When suspensions become routine, we weaken the very structure that holds us together. We would like to urge NMOs to reflect on this and refrain from unnecessary bylaw suspensions. We are leaving you with an inspirational quote from one of our predecessors. Every time there's a problem, we suspend bylaws, and we should stop doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, ex-Catalonia. Is there anyone else who would like to be on the speakers list? No? All right. Therefore, we close the speakers list. And yeah. And the motion that was submitted, procedural motion number 6, reads to the motion to request the suspension of bylaw paragraph 3.80. And you can see the whole text now on the screen. Can I ask the CCC regarding the validity of the motion?
Yes, Eline Schieher from the CCC speaking. As of Article 3.62 in the bylaws, suspension of the bylaws needs to state it's either until specify if it's either until the end of the General Assembly or until what part of the General Plenary we resume this bylaw. So this procedural motion is invalid for not stating when the suspension of the bylaw ends.
Thank you, CCC. The motion is invalid, therefore we will not be voting on it. Agenda item 19 is about the adoption of the reports of IFMSA officials. And there is a request for a speakers list before the TO reports. Who would like to be on the speakers list? Anne in Portugal? Anybody else from the online participants? I see none, therefore we go forward with Anne in Portugal.
Dear NMOs, this is a statement on behalf of ANEM Portugal, NMSA Norway, SWAMSO Slovakia, SFGH UK, LIMSA Lithuania, ex-Catalonia, MMSA North Macedonia, CISM Italy, ANEM France, SWIMSA Switzerland, IFMSA Spain, FASM Romania, and all NMOs raising the voting cards. We would like to take this General Assembly as an opportunity to share some reflections on the officials' end-term reports. As this is a fundamental tool for ensuring the continuity of the Federation, we believe it is essential to further strengthen the evaluation of each member of the TO's work. First, we would like to emphasize the indispensable value of the reflections provided by each official. This report represents one of the most important opportunities for meaningful reflection that can contribute to the preparation of future terms. Therefore, we believe it is essential to make this reflection more concrete by translating them into practical measures and clear recommendations for improvement. In this context, we believe this current report insufficiently covers these reflections and is therefore less transparent, making it more difficult for NMOs to develop their own actual reflections. Furthermore, we believe it is equally important to incorporate evaluation metrics that go beyond the brief description of the main responsibilities carried out or a list of all the meetings attended. Doing so would help the General Assembly better understand the relevance and impact of each official's contributions throughout the key stages of their mandate. We believe that implementing these changes would not only contribute to better preparation for future mandates, but also enhance transparency and accountability towards the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna in Portugal. Is there anyone else who would like to be on the speakers list? No, therefore we close the speakers list. Thank you very much. And just to explain what will happen now is that we will first have 5 consecutive votes where only the regions would be voting on the adoption of the TO reports of their respective regional directors. For these, we'll be going one by one in order to make sure that the regional quorum is met and that there is no procedural met in that sense. So after we are done with those 3, we will be voting on all the reports of IFMSA officials where everybody will be able to vote. So even though it might not be your region for the regional director, you also get the vote. It has been confusing, so it's important to explain it at the start. So while these first 5 votes will be done one by one, then we will open all the votes on Nemo Vote for all the reports at the same time. There will be ample time for all of you to vote in each and every motion, so don't worry about that. There will not be that limited. And then we will read out all the results one by one. All right. Since the first motion is the motion for the report of the Regional Director for Africa, we will have to wait a tiny bit. So we now need to have a 10-minute toilets and food break because we need the African quorum to gather online. So to the Regional Director for Africa, as well as any African NMOs present here, please motivate your regional friends to join the plenary, because once we go into this motion, we cannot get out. So yeah, we'll be back at 5-6.
This is
6.5.
This is Felix Him from the CC. Please do not leave your voting cards unattended. Please do not leave your voting cards unattended. Return them when going out. Please do not leave your voting cards unattended. Thank you.
Check, check. Hey. Check, check. Hey.
We are coming back in 2 minutes. Please start taking your seats.
Burundi, Ghana, we've lost Burkina Faso. But I think so they should be back in a minute. 5.
Check, check.
If Burkina Faso is on here, oh, we lost Burundi. But you're at least all communicating with them. So if Burundi and Burkina Faso get back, then we're good. Which one?
Okay, another call for the African NMOs to join the NEMO vote, because there is a technically a quorum on Zoom. We were close, but now we are back to 4 African NMOs online. We need the 5th to have quorum. Please sit down. Okay, we have quorum for Africa. Please sit down as soon as possible because we have to proceed with the votes. Take your seats immediately.
Hello, everyone. This is Deonta, your vice chairperson. Every single time in IFMSA we talk about diversity and inclusion, this is your time to act. It is easier for you to be here in the room than to be online. The online people need us right now, which is the reason that you're all going to take your seats. For the African region, for the regions that are less represented right here, which means I'm talking to Europe especially, find your seats. We have quorum, we want to vote. For the sake of your dear other NMO members, shh, and find your seats. Thank you for starting to quiet down. I see more people sitting. This is much appreciated.
Please sit down and finish your conversations now. For the African NMOs, please recheck whether you're active on Zoom. We have sometimes 4, sometimes 5, and we need 5. So that's needed for us to proceed with the vote. And we will need 5 votes cast in the motion. Burundi and Burkina Faso, whatever device you're joining from, please have Nemo Vote as your main tab, because that might be making you invisible for us. Okay, we have African quorum. Therefore, we are going to proceed with regular motion 10. It's a simple majority motion. And then the motion reads, to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Africa 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 2026. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder from the African NMOs? Please raise your hand on Zoom if you want to second the motion. Msaka, Kenya. Thank you. Do we have any amendments? We lost quorum. We need to pause. There are 3 NMOs right now. Kenya's back. Thank you. Now Burundi, Burkina Faso, please rejoin Zoom. Burundi, Burkina Faso, okay. It's Zimsa Zimbabwe joined. Thank you so much. Msaka, Kenya, just to confirm that you're seconding.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments? Do we have any direct negative to the motion? Burkina Faso, is it a direct negative? You're raising your hands? No. The motion passes Nemo contra. All right, so we have quorum for the Americas region. Therefore, we proceed with regular motion 11. It reads to adopt the interim report of the interim regional director for the Americas 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 2026. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have any seconder? IFMSA Quebec. Do we have any amendments? No. Do we have a direct negative? No, the motion passes nemo contra. Thank you so much. And we do have the original quorum for the Asia-Pacific region. Therefore, we proceed with regular motion 12. It reached to adopt the interim report of the Interim Regional Director for Asia-Pacific 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Japan. Do we have any amendments? I see none. Do we have a direct negative? Motion passes nemo contra. And we do have quorum. Sorry, you wanted to say something? Thank you. We have the quorum for the EMR region. Therefore, we proceed with regular motion 13. It reached to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean Region 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026. Proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? PMSA Palestine. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? Motion passes, nemo contra. We have quorum for Europe, and so we proceed with the motion, with the regular motion number 14, to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Europe 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Estonia. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Would you like to explain? Do you have any alternative motion? No. We proceed to the vote. And the vote is now open.
We only need 16, so.
Ten more seconds to vote. And we are now closing the vote. And the results are as follows. Total number of votes 31, in favor 30, 0 against, and 1 abstention. It means that the motion passes with simple majority. Now we are going to proceed, as I mentioned earlier, with multiple motion for the reports of officials. However, we will now start the motion maze for each one of them, and we will start the votes for those who do not pass nemo contra. If you decide to pass nemo contra, then the vote will not take place, but we will open all the votes at the same time and give you enough time to vote in each and every one of them. So regular motion number 50. EB?
To be separate. Is there a request?
Okay, is there any request for the reports to be separate first? The question is whether you want to vote on all the reports in one vote, or you want to separate them. Okay, and in Portugal, thank you. We will be voting separately. So yes, regular motion number 50. EB?
Is it to separate all or a specific report? Can that be clarified? Thank you. Thank you.
Regular motion 15 reads to adopt the interim report of the President 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? LMSA Libya. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? Kazakhstan, Venezuela. We proceed with the following motions, and the vote is going to wait. Regular motion number 16 is to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Activities serving also as Secretary General 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? AMSA Austria. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Regular motion number 17, to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Finance, serving also as Treasurer 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 2026. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? BMSS Bangladesh. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? MMSA North Macedonia. Regular motion 18 is to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Members 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? MMSA Malta. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? Krumsik, Croatia. Also, just a note to online participants, you can also raise your hands and second and direct negative motions. We also want to select some of you, but we haven't been seeing you raise your hands. So just a note. Not now. I mean, we have our hands raised. Okay. When we ask for seconding. Regular motion 19, to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Capacity Building 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Do we have a seconder? IMSA Iran. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? SWIMSA Switzerland. Regular motion 20, to adopt the interim report of the Vice President for Public Relations and Communication 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? Kamza Cameroon online. Do we have an amendment? Do we have a direct negative? BVMD Germany. Regular motion 21, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Medical Education 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? And MSA Norway. Do we have amendments? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Regular motion 22, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Professional Exchange 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Seconder? IFMSA Egypt. Do we have amendments? Do we have a direct negative? And in Portugal. Regular motion 23, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Public Health 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? No. Seconder? Hamsek, Hungary. Do you have amendments? Do you have a direct negative? AMSA, Austria. Regular motion 24, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Peace 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Poland. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? And in France. Regular motion 25, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Research Exchange 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? Leipzig, Lebanon. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? SWIMSA, Switzerland. Regular motion 26, to adopt the interim report of the Director of the Standing Committee on Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, including HIV and AIDS, 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Serbia. Do we have amendments? Do we have a direct negative? Third mistake, Turkey. Regular motion 27, to adopt the interim report of the Liaison Officer for Medical Sciences and Research Issues 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IMCC Denmark. Do we have amendments? Do we have a direct negative? IMF Mexico. To adopt regular motion 28, to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for public health issues 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Czech Republic. Any amendments? Direct negative? IFMC Spain. Regular motion 29 to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer to the World Health Organization, WHO, 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26. It's proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Joe. Any amendments? Any direct negative? IFMSA Kurdistan. Regular motion 30, to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for medical education issues 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Panama. Do we have any amendment? Do we have any direct negative? Alem Luxembourg. Regular motion 31, to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for sexual and reproductive health and rights issues, including HIV and AIDS, 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? SFGH UK. Any amendments? Any direct negative? IFMSA Panama. Regular motion 32, to adopt the interim report of the liaison officer for human rights and peace issues ad interim 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? Mexico, Oman. Do we have an amendment? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Spain. Regular motion 33, to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Africa 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Ethiopia. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? SWIMSA Switzerland. Point of order.
IFMSA Ethiopia to our bookkeeping committee is suspended at the moment.
All right, thank you for this notification. So we have to take back IFMSA Ethiopia. And do we have a seconder for this motion? IMF Mexico. Any amendments? Any direct negative? SWIMSA Switzerland. Regular motion number 34, to adopt the interim report of the Interim Regional Director for the Americas 2526, written for the 75th General Assembly, August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA El Salvador. Do we have an amendment? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Kurdistan. Regular motion 35, to adopt the interim report of the Interim Regional Director for Asia Pacific 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? PMSA Palestine. Do we have an amendment? Do we have a direct negative? I'm of Mexico. Regular motion 36 to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for the Eastern Mediterranean Region 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? IFMSA Algeria. Do we have any amendments? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA NL. And the last motion before we proceed to the votes is regular motion 37 to adopt the interim report of the Regional Director for Europe 25-26, written for the 75th General Assembly August meeting 26, proposed by the IFMSA EB. Would you like to explain? Do we have a seconder? Krumsic, Croatia. Do we have any amendment? Do we have a direct negative? IFMSA Brazil. And now we will be starting all the votes for all those reports. So please make sure that you fill them all. We will give you for that 8 minutes for now. And if we see or see requests from you to extend it by further 2 minutes, that will be allowed. But let's be fast. And please refrain from loud conversations because we are currently not in one motion maze, we are in multiple. So please let your heads of delegation vote in peace. Okay, we have a notification from the CCC that we'll have to start the votes from the scratch, so you can now stop voting if you're in the middle, because we'll have to go through, we don't have to repeat the maze, we'll have to go through vote by vote and ask for direct negatives, just to complete, for alternative motions to the direct negatives to fulfill the motion maze. So the votes will now be copied and the correct version will be created. And I will now go through all the votes and just ask you whether there is any alternative motion to the motion presented by the people who, by the NMOs who submitted the direct negative. So for, yes?
Can I just quickly inform them? Okay, as an FYI, because I have to copy paste all these votes, the end of the motion will say copy. Ignore that, please. If you're going to ask me to remove that, it will just take a lot of time. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so for President, Venezuela, silence is going to mean that there is no alternative motion. VPA report. VPF report. Again, only the direct negativing NMO can submit the alternative motion. Yeah. Sorry, all NMOs can do that. Okay, so let's go to the start. So Venezuela, do you have, and we will need a confirmation. So Venezuela, do you have an alternative motion? No. VPA report. I'm also reacting to the verbal cues. VPF report? No. VPM report? Okay. So are we clear? For VPM, Krumsi Croatia? No, there is no alternative motion. VPCB? SWIMSA? Just show us yes or no. No. Point of order from whom? Sorry? Yes, we clarified that a moment ago. Anyone can do, but I'm asking the NMO who submitted at the end, but others, yes, they can also submit alternative motions. They were notified a moment ago. So for the VPCB, SWIMSA or anyone else? No. For VPPRC? BVMD or anybody else? No. For SCOMI director? None. For ANEM Portugal? None. Sorry, for SCOPI. For SCOP director? None. For SCORP director? None. SCORI director? None. For SCORA director? None. For LSR? None. LPH? None. LWHO? None. For LME? None. For LRA? None. For LRP? None. For RD Africa? None. RD Americas? None. For RD Asia Pacific? None. RD EMR? None. RD Europe? None. We need a second to finish up the vote, and they will be started whenever we are ready. Okay, so we are close. We will be opening, creating the votes and opening them one by one so that you can already start voting, but it's going to take just a second more. Okay, the first vote is already open. You can start voting. More votes are open. Please refresh your NEMO vote. By mistake, there is still one motion which is doubled, which has two positions in it. It will be a void. We'll be closing it in a moment. All votes are now open. We are progressing very well because on the vote that was opened last, we already have 68 votes. So thank you for your swift cooperation. Point of order, Alem Luxembourg. Mike for Luxembourg. There's none. Which one is doubled? Can you speak to the mic? LME is doubled or non-existent?
LME is non-existent.
Okay. Have you identified any that is doubled?
Which one? Scorp Director.
Okay. Let's remove both votes for Scorp Director and for LME.
Okay.
There's no for LME. So we are now deleting them. Please vote for all reports other than the Scorp Director. We'll be repeating votes for Scorp Director and opening the vote for LME. There's been a lot of last-minute work now on NEMO votes, so this is why those mistakes happen. Right now, a new vote was open for the Scorp Director. This is the one you should be voting for. Voting in. And the LME vote is also open. Please vote. We'll be assuming that the two votes that were opened last, so the Scorp Director and LME, are the reflection of the overall vote tally. Approximation. Voting, okay. We have 64 votes on the last vote that was opened. If anyone is still voting, please raise your voting cards to indicate it. Or raise your hand on Zoom if you're still. Okay. We'll ask in 30 seconds. Is anyone still voting? Please raise your voting card if you are. Otherwise, we will be closing the votes. I see no indication, therefore, please close the votes one by one.
And then we start again with the president, right?
All the votes are closed, and now we return to regular motion 15. We need to find them on the list. In motion 15, 73 votes were cast, 55 in favor, 10 against, 8 abstentions. The motion passes with simple majority. Motion 16. So the report by the VPA. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say.
72 votes were cast, 67 in favor, 2 against, and 3 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 17, so the report by the VPF. We have 71 votes in total, 38 in favor, 19 against, 14 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 18, the report by the VPM. Seventy-one votes in total, 64 in favor, 4 against, 3 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 19, the report by VPCB. Seventy-two votes in total, 62 in favor, 6 against, 4 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Regular motion 20, the report by the VPPRC. 72 votes in total, 66 in favor, 3 against, 3 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. School. Motion 21, the report of the SCOME director. Yes, we have 72 votes in total, 69 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 22, the report of the SCOPI director. Seventy-two votes in total, 67 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions. The motion passes with simple majority. Motion 23, the report by SCOF director. Seventy-two in total, 68 in favor, 1 against, 3 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 24, the SCORP director. 70 votes in total, 63 in favor, 4 against, 3 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 25, the SCORI director. 72 votes in total, 67 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 26, the SCORA director. 72 votes in total, 61 in favor, 6 against, 5 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 27, the LSR. LSR. Here. 72 votes in total, 66 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 28, the LPH. 72 votes in total, 67 in favor, 1 against, 4 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 29, the LWHO. 72 in total, 58 in favor, 6 against, 8 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 30, the LME. 68 votes in total, 59 in favor, 7 against, 2 abstentions. The motion passes with simple majority. Motion 31, the LRA. We have 72 votes in total, 51 in favor, 10 against, 11 abstentions. The motion passes with simple majority. Motion 32, the LRP ad interim. Seventy-two votes in total, 65 in favor, 1 against, 6 abstentions. The motion passes with simple majority. Motion 33, it's the regional director for Africa. We have 67 votes in total, 58 in favor, 1 against, 8 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 34, the RD for Americas. We have 69 votes in favor, 69 in total. 61 in favor, 2 against, and 6 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 35, so the interim regional director for Asia Pacific. 68 in total, 57 in favor, 1 against, 10 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 36, the RD for the EMR. We have 66 votes in total, 56 in favor, 2 against, 8 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. Motion 37 is the RD for Europe, and that's the last statement of that's the last motion. 69 votes in total, 54 in favor, 6 against, 9 abstentions. Motion passes with simple majority. And now we have a request for speakers list. I think it's speakers list number 8. And we have the IFMSA team of officials on the speakers list. Is there anyone else who would like to be on the speakers list? I see no one. I give the floor to the IFMSA TO. You have 2 minutes.
Dear animals, as we approach this moment in our General Assemblies where we have adopted the team of officials end-of-term reports, we would like to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you. Thank you for your trust, your collaboration, your unwavering commitment to the Federation throughout the term. Serving IFMSA has been a privilege and a responsibility, and it has been one that has been carried with dedication, humility, and shared commitment to advancing our mission. The reports before you were far more than a record of activities or completed tasks. They reflect a term of service, resilience, collaboration, and continuous learning. Behind every achievement was a challenge that demanded perseverance. Behind every milestone, there were countless meetings, difficult conversations, long nights, thoughtful decisions, and collective effort of individuals who remained committed to strengthening our federation. At the same time, no team of officials succeeded alone. Every accomplishment has been made possible by the passion and engagement of our animals, ITs, our partners, and every volunteer who choose to contribute their time, knowledge, and energy. This term has been a shared journey, and every one of you has been an essential part of it.
As we prepare to adopt these reports, we kindly invite you to see them not only as documents fulfilling a constitutional responsibility, but as the story of a year shaped by purpose, accountability, and service. We hope they reflect not only what was achieved, but also the values that guided every decision and every effort along the way. The titles we have carried will eventually become part of IFMSA's history, but what will endure are the relationships we have built, the lives we have touched, and the foundation we leave for those who will follow. If through our service we have inspired even one member to lead with greater courage, strengthen one NMO, or left this federation even a little better than how we found it, then this term has been truly worthwhile. With gratitude and humility, IFMSA Team of Officials 2025-26.
Exactly 2 minutes. Thank you so much, Team of Officials. Is there anyone who would like to be included in the speakers list? Means we are closing the speakers list and ending that agenda point. Agenda item 20 is the presentation of programs applying for IFMSA recognition. We'll be going with all the program description change proposals submitted one by one in the alphabetical order. And according to our bylaws, there will be 5 minutes for the presentation, whether it's done live or whether it's done via video. The presenter, if they're presenting live, they're able to ask us to change the slides. So that's how we're going to proceed for technical clarity. And then there will be 2 minutes for answers. So we'll be taking questions from the floor as well as from the online space. And then the program coordinator presenting has exactly 2 minutes for their answers. So we're going to start with the IFMSA program for communicable diseases. Do we have the program coordinator here? We do have the PC. Okay, are the slides ready? Okay, we just need a second to load the slides. Okay, the slides are on. Ask us to change the slides whenever you need it. And Tony, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Good day, everyone. And thank you for your attention for the renewal of the programs. My name is Tony. I'm the program coordinator for communicable diseases. And today I'd like to present the proposed renewal of the communicable diseases program. Our goal was quite simple: to ensure that program remains relevant, practical, and ready for today's public health challenges. Next slide, please. The program was adopted in 2015 and has never undergone a comprehensive revision. Since then, communicable diseases have changed dramatically, from COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness to the surge of antimicrobial resistance, declining vaccination coverage, and healthcare-associated infections. To continue supporting NMOs efficiently, the program needs to reflect today's realities, not those of 11 years ago. Next slide, please. The proposal is evidence-based. We reviewed 5 years of program enrollment and activity reports, analyzing how activities were classified, where overlap occurred, and which topics no longer fit the existing structure. The renewal is based on how NMOs actually use the program, not simply on updated terminology. Next slide. The analysis showed that the main issue wasn't NMOs engagement, it was the structure itself. One broad category, mainly preventable diseases, became a catch-all for very different topics, while other focus areas were rarely used or overlapped. Meanwhile, important priorities such as outbreak preparedness, respiratory infections, foodborne diseases, and healthcare-associated infections had no clear place. This reduced the consistency of enrollment and the quality of program reporting. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the previous structure that we had, but we currently have. As I've already mentioned, one broad focus area existed alongside several very narrow disease-specific ones, creating uneven coverage and unclear boundaries. As communicable diseases evolved, the structure became increasingly difficult to apply consistently. Next slide, please. The renewed program introduces 8 comprehensive and equally prioritized focus areas covering the full spectrum of communicable diseases. Each now has a clearly defined scope, explains where overlap may occur, and guides activity coordinators towards the most appropriate classification. The result is simpler enrollment, more meaningful reporting, and a framework that better reflects today's public health priorities. Next slide, please. Finally, the proposal goes far beyond new focus areas. We've also updated the background using current evidence, strengthened the logical framework, revised objectives and indicators, expanded interventions, and added implementation guidance, SDGs, and organizational context, and finally, additionally, supporting resources. In short, this is a comprehensive strategic renewal, not just a new list of diseases. Next slide, please. For NMOs, the benefits are practical. Activities became easier to plan, enroll, and report. The renewed structure also better supports advocacy, preparedness, research, partnerships, and healthcare safety alongside education and campaigns. The program description becomes a practical implementation guide rather than simply a reference document. Next slide, please. This renewal is evidence-based, it's practical, and future-ready. It reflects current communicable disease priorities while preserving the original purpose of the program.
1 minute left.
Most importantly, it gives NMOs a clear framework for planning activities, reporting impact, and responding to future infectious disease challenges. And the next slide. The communicable disease program, well, remains essential. This renewal provides clear focus areas, stronger objectives, improved monitoring, and better support for NMOs. We therefore kindly ask for your support in adopting the renewed communicable disease program description. And finally, next slide. Thank you all for listening. And if you want to see more details, you can scan this QR code to get a full proposed program description for the renewal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we will be proceeding with questions, so please raise your voting card or raise your hand online if you want to ask a question to this presentation, and I open the floor now. I see no questions. Therefore, we close and thank our presenter for his presentation. And now we are moving to the program for environment and health. Who's also going to present in person? All right, a quick correction. It will be a video presentation. Okay, in the meantime, before we play the video, I would like to ask again, especially people at the back, to not have conversations during the presentations out of respect for our presenters, because it also confuses a lot the heads of delegation who can hear both the presentation and you guys, and we cannot hear you. So we are passing on this feedback for you to just be a little bit more quiet. Thank you so much. And now we proceed with the video. We have some sound issues.
Why we always have sound issues?
Because we are boomers.
This one? This one? Wait, let's try.
Jodo, and I am the IFMSA Program Coordinator for the IFMSA Program Coordinator for Environment and Health. Today,
We will now proceed with the presentation.
hello everyone, my name is Laila Jawadova and I am the IFMSA Program Coordinator for Environment and Health. Today I am presenting the proposal for the renewal of the Environment and Health Program description. The Environment and Health Program was introduced in 2015 to strengthen the capacity of medical students to understand and respond to complex relationship between environment and human health. After more than 10 years, it became clear that program description no longer reflected the current needs of the program, which is why this renewal was initiated. There were three main reasons behind this proposal. First, the existing focus areas no longer reflected current environmental health priorities. Important topics such as One Health, biodiversity, waste management, chemical safety, built environment, urban health, and emerging technologies were not adequately represented despite their growing global relevance. Second, the previous program description had several structural gaps. It lacked dedicated sections on focus areas, SDG analysis, annex, and comprehensive monitoring and evolution tools, making impact assessment and long-term tracking inconsistent. Finally, although the document had been updated over the years, its overall structure remained largely unchanged since its adoption in 2015 and no longer reflected current programmatic needs or best practices in program design. To address these challenges, a small working group was established in February 2026. The renewal process consisted of two main phases. So the first phase was a comprehensive analysis, which included reviewing the current program description, analyzing past activity enrollments and annual impact reports, conducting a SWOT analysis, and assessing regional trends and program data. Based on these findings, we moved to the second phase, which is developing the renewed program description. This included revising the document, integrating emerging environmental health priorities and current global developments, and strengthening the overall program structure, monitoring and evolution framework, and focus areas. One of the most significant outcomes of this process is the updated set of focus areas. So the climate change and food production and security have been updated. Energy transition and fossil fuel divestment, sustainable and environmentally resilient institutions, water sanitation and hygiene have been expanded and renamed to better reflect their current scope. In addition, we introduced four new focus areas: outer air pollution, One Health, biodiversity and ecosystems, chemical safety and waste management, and built environment and urban health. These additions ensure the program better reflects today's environmental health landscape. Beyond the focus areas, we also introduced several structural and strategic improvements. The background and the problem statement now addresses climate urgency, environmental injustice, technological impacts, conflict-related environmental issues, and other emerging challenges through a more interdisciplinary and system-based perspective. The target groups and beneficiaries have been clarified with greater emphasis on NMOs, medical students, and vulnerable communities. The assumptions have been expanded to acknowledge political, economic, and social barriers, as well as different levels of stakeholder engagement. The intervention section now encourages innovation and includes a broader range of actions such as policy advocacy, research initiatives, community engagement, and sustainability-driven activities. The narrative has been completely rewritten to align with the renewed program description, while the organizational context now provides clear guidance on the resources needed to achieve the program's objectives. Finally, we added an SDG analysis, annex, and bibliography to strengthen the document's credibility, connect the program with the SDGs, and provide practical resources for activity coordinators. Overall, this renewed environmental health program provides IFMSA with a modern, evidence-informed framework built on 5 years of implementation data and stakeholder feedback. It improves clarity and equips NMOs with practical tools to design, implement, monitor, and evaluate high-quality environmental health activities while strengthening opportunities for policy engagement. By adopting this proposal, IFMSA will establish a stronger foundation for future program coordinators with clear monitoring mechanisms and a structure that supports continuous improvement and innovative responses to emerging environmental health challenges. Before I finish, I would like to sincerely thank all members of the small working group for their dedication and hard work through this process. This proposal wouldn't be possible without their valuable contributions. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we are proceeding to questions. Again, 2 minutes for answers. Do we have any questions from the floor, online and in person? I see none. Thank you so much, Naila. Layla. Now we proceed with the IFMSA program for health systems. The piece is here. And we'll be presenting live. The slides are now ready. The timer is on, and you may start. We can't hear you. Stop the clock. No. No.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You may start.
Hi everyone, I'm Sanaz Borda. I'm from IFMSA Iran. I'm the program coordinator for health systems, and within this, I wanted to explain the health system program description renewal. Next slide. So this has been collective efforts of our team for months and months, and I'm more proud to explain our efforts. Next slide. So the program description was eventually adopted in 2018, but over the years it hasn't been changed, and we have been figuring out that there are some challenges also with more crises and more hot topics. The focus areas have been changing, so this has given us some initiative to actually update it. Our process is similar to the other program. We reviewed all the enrollments over the 2020 to 26, and we have been working on the program itself as well. Next slide. So the focus areas included PHC health system as a whole, organ stem cell tissue donation, rural community health, UHC, e-health, health system innovation, human resources for health, trade and health, medicine related issues, and global surgery. Next slide. So within our analysis, we actually figured out that some of the focus areas are actually fit, and we can continue with that, including, for example, UHC, PHC, donation, and HRH. But we could actually figure out that there are some focus areas that they are not in use anymore, or as some focus areas were a little bit broad, it included many wrong program submissions. So we worked on that. Next slide. So within our analysis, we completed the SWOT analysis, which shows us a couple of strengths and weaknesses within the program. So the strengths included that we have identified the role of medical students, we had good indicators, a wide range of interventions, resources, and SDGs. But the weaknesses include that the focus areas, as I mentioned previously, were not a fit. Sometimes as hot topics were changing, we didn't have a regional balance, and also the text of the program itself needed some revision as well. Next slide. So within the opportunities, I can point to the stages, I can point to collaborations and windows for research. However, for the threats that I mentioned, the focus areas being outdated and some of them not in the hot topics anymore. Next slide. So as a result, we created a whole new structure. Some of that is similar to the previously, but the new including, we added a section for focus area, which can help the activity coordinators a lot. And we added SDG analysis and annex and text. Next slide. So our new focus area includes health system governance and financing, UHC, digital health and health information system, health systems innovation, PHC, rural and community health, HRH, essential health services and medical products, blood, organ, stem cell, and tissue donation. So as you can see, we have kept some focus areas that has getting a lot of enrollments and has been a hot topic over the years, but we have been changing and updating some focus areas. For example, digital health, as is a new topic coming up, we have added that. So we have 8 brand new focus areas, distinct and ready to use for activity coordinators. Next slide. So among the other sections within the text, we have been adding some updates, which I'm going to explain in each part. Next slide. So in the background, we have been focusing on UHC, important role of equity. We have been mentioning what are the challenges and how collaboration between entities is really important. Within the program statement, we have been explaining how systems, different part of it, how medical student knowledge is actually important, and every item is supported by evidence-based citations. Next slide. So within the target and beneficiaries, we have been identifying the relevant target and beneficiaries, and we have been widening it to maximize our impact. Next slide. So regarding end goals, assumptions, and objectives, we have been focusing on equity and UHC, make sure everything is evidence-based, and also we make sure all the objectives and indicators are smart, so then it's easier to use later. Regarding the interventions, we made it to categorize
30 seconds left.
Categorize it into education, activity and advocacy. Next slide, in the SDG, we have been adding a new section, and the rest of the parts, we have been adding item for each of them, and in the annex, we added all the resources that can helpful for ACs. So this is it. So we have been having this initiative to update it. This is ready to use for ACs, MPOs, and NMOs, and shout out to more health system resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanaz. Now 2 minutes for questions. Do we have questions to the presenter? I see none. Sorry, someone was speaking online? No, okay. Therefore, we proceed with the next presentation. It will be done via online video. And it is the IFMSA program for healthy lifestyles and non-communicable diseases. And the PC Bara Amin Zain al-Abdin al-Bashir. And we are starting.
Dear IFMSA family, I hope this finds you well and enjoying the vibes of this honorable gathering. My name is Bara Amin, currently serving as Program Coordinator for Healthy Lifestyles and Non-Communicable Diseases. As a background to this program, it was first established in 2015 and it's one of the most enrolled programs in IFMSA. The presence of this program and the other programs as well have been proving medical students as key role players in change making in an evidence-based manner. NCDs account for 74% of all deaths worldwide. They are the leading cause of death and disability globally. 77% of NCD deaths occur in low and middle income countries, imposing a great equity challenge, and as well as that the greatest global health gains now lie in prevention, not treatment alone. Most NCDs are preventable through evidence-based lifestyle and policy interventions. So, the renewal of this program has been based on the emerging global health issues like commercial determinants of health and the modernization and urbanization impact on health lifestyles and NCD prevalence, and the recent standard frameworks established like WHO Best Advice and Framework Convention for Tobacco Control. The reported need for alignment of focus areas and directing the scattered variety of activities towards single direction and amplified impact, and the underrepresentation of important issues, in addition to the unclear relevance of the underrepresented regions, was clearly addressed via the new elaborated version. These are the small working group members. They were appointed to work from the end of January to the middle of April, and they analyzed 400 enrollments. We analyzed 400 enrollments. The SWOT analysis and backwards mapping was made, then the evidence-based drafting was processed, integrating inputs and feedback, of course. And as an overview of changes, what's new was addressing the overlap in focus areas. That was clear from the previous submissions, and addressing also the miscellaneous focus areas, and also the disease-specific focus areas, and also priority-specific focus areas. There was also analysis of the organizational context and resources needed for the program, and integrated annex glossary for focus area, specifying all the possible topics with relevance and not all the brief description, because it was previously subject to individual interpretation, and it's now easy for activity coordinators to navigate what they can do towards this program. So the comprehensive SDG analysis was made to guide activity coordinators and IFMSA SDGs advocacy, and the program previously had only 3 objectives indicators without specific numbers, and now it has milestones that accommodate IFMSA reported impact and elaborate NCD priorities and target group. The new description also introduces the life course approach, and the interventions are now justified and exemplified. The narrative is now more specific with clarification for the program's context at various levels, including the community, medical students, and organizational relevance. The objectives and milestones are now smart, numerical, and tactical. The preconditions are now designed to link the problem statement to the methods. For example, not only medical students capacity building regarding NCDs, but which to prioritize in capacity building for medical students to ensure more alignment of impact. So the end goal and assumptions were set to draw attention to the important factors and pillars towards the end goal and the promotion of sustainability towards the end goal by targeting primary healthcare coverage and also the logical linking of the scattered programs impact towards single maximized goal was achieved by utilizing generated evidence for advocacy and acknowledging partnership and multi-sectoral collaboration as a pillar. It also gave specific conditions to maximize animals' impact, like standard evaluation, addressing commercial determinants of health, and sustaining the members' interest in underrepresented focus areas. So these are the new focus areas, including the priority-specific focus areas, which are empowering people living with NCDs, which were minimally targeted previously. Also, the life course prevention approach that targets early detection and also healthy aging, and also the modern lifestyle and behavioral health. The nutritional and food systems and tobacco and nicotine use were also elaborated as a focus area. There are also disease-specific focus areas like cancer, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, chronic kidney disease, obesity, hereditary and blood disorders, neurological and sensory health, autoimmune and immune-mediated diseases, and musculoskeletal and chronic pain, gastrointestinal NCDs. By adding these focus areas in a very specific way, it ensures easier management of data for IFMSA in the future for global health advocacy. Also, I would like to genuinely thank the amazing small working group that worked on this program description renewal. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Can we confirm that we have the PC online?
Yes, I'm
They
present.
are online. Welcome. And now there will be 2 minutes for you to answer questions by the NMOs. Please raise your voting card or your hand online if you want to ask a question. I see none. Therefore, we thank the EPC for presenting and move on to the program for HIV, AIDS, and other STIs, the PC has program. Yes, it's again an online presentation, and we are starting now.
Dear IFMSA family, this is Atika Tabassum Fariha serving as a program coordinator for HIV/AIDS and other STIs. Today, I'm proud to present the renewal of the IFMSA HIV/AIDS and other STI program. This renewal was not done in isolation. A dedicated small working group was established in February 2026 to lead this journey. The SWG began by conducting a comprehensive analysis of our previous program description, also looking closely at the enrollment trends from 2020 to 2025.
Due to sound issues, we're going to restart.
This is Atika Tabassum Fariha serving as a program coordinator for HIV/AIDS and other STIs.
This is the maximum sound that we can play right now. So we're starting again.
Dear IFMSA family, this is Atika Tabassum Fariha serving as a program coordinator for HIV/AIDS and other STIs. Today, I'm proud to present the renewal of the IFMSA HIV/AIDS and other STI program. This renewal was not done in isolation. A dedicated small working group was established in February 2026 to lead this journey. The SWG began by conducting a comprehensive analysis of our previous program description, also looking closely at the enrollment trends from 2020 to 2025. The team conducted extensive consultation across our entire federation, incorporating direct feedbacks from our NMOs, our TOs, and our IT members. By analyzing these insights alongside modern global realities, the SWG developed a renewed description grounded in real member needs and modern science. To understand why this renewal is so crucial, we must first look at the global landscape. Over the past decade, medicine has made tremendous strides. HIV is now a manageable chronic condition. We have revolutionary prevention tools. Yet globally, progress remains dangerously uneven. However, our internal assessment revealed that our current engagement heavily favors basic awareness while leaving an advocacy void in policy and structural reform. This presentation outlines how our renewed program bridges that gap. Our previous program description relied on data from 2013. In global health, a decade is an eternity. Today, in 2026, global targets like humanized 95, 95, 95 are dangerously off track. For example, in 2013, activities focused almost entirely on condom distribution and basic awareness. But today, handing out condoms without offering PrEP or PEP, which is pre-exposure prophylaxis or post-exposure prophylaxis, leaves massive gaps in protection. Clinical tools alone cannot fix broken laws. If a patient is criminalized for who they are, a prescription will never reach them. We had to step out of 2013 and enter modern health governance. While our students hosted great local awareness booths, political advocacy and health policy engagement were absent. NMO participation dropped from 33 NMOs down to 15, and 44.7% of the reported activities were misaligned due to vague definitions. To fix the operational issues of the past, we restructured the document by adding the focus areas directly into the background and problem statement, giving immediate clarity to what the program covers. We also streamlined the logical framework by combining milestones, objectives, and indicators into unified actionable metrics, adding the redundancies. By adding the SDG analysis, we explicitly mapped our impact to international development targets. And lastly, by adding the annex, we provided practical activity coordinator kits, pre or post-test templates so NMOs are not left guessing. Our renewed framework centers on systemic mastery, from biomedical services to mental health integration to structural advocacy. This side-by-side comparison illustrates how we modernized our focus areas to address those exact weaknesses. To fix categorization errors, we codified 6 distinct focus areas: prevention and testing, awareness and stigma elimination, clinical excellence, holistic care and mental health, children and adolescents, political advocacy, and structural reform. Instead of generic clinical education, we are prioritizing clinical excellence, embedding proven stigma reduction concepts like U is equal to U and pre-exposure prophylaxis directly into student training. To eliminate the advocacy void, we rebranded political advocacy into policy advocacy, health law, and social justice, giving students actionable tools to tackle issues like decriminalization. We also expanded our treatment access into holistic and mental health care to address psychological burdens like anxiety and trauma. Finally, we moved away from passive awareness campaigns toward true community empowerment led by affected populations. Finally, let's look at how we refined our target groups and beneficiaries. In the past, policy actors and vulnerable populations were defined too broadly, making engagement difficult to measure. In the renewed program description, we explicitly define state actors as target groups to mandate meaningful policy advocacy. On the beneficiary side, we expanded our scope to explicitly include groups facing hostile legal environments or acute marginalizations, such as migrants, refugees, prisoners, and key populations. We have updated our terminology to align with human rights, key and vulnerable populations, explicitly including sex workers, MSM, transgender individuals, prisoners, and refugees in conflict zones. Crucially, we institutionalized meaningful involvement of people living with HIV. In practice, key populations no longer sit passively in the audience. They co-design and co-facilitate our workshops. And with our new beneficiary pillar for children and adolescents, we ensure pediatric patient transition smoothly into adult care models without falling through the cracks. This renewal also anchors IFMSA within the 2030 agenda of SDG 3, 4, 10, 16, and SDG 17. This renewal bridges clinical medicine, human rights, and political advocacy. It gives our NMOs the exact tools, clarity, and support they need to drive measurable change. Finally, you can scan the whole report of this program analysis through this QR code.
Thank you. Can we confirm that the PC is online? PC has. Are you online?
Yes, I'm online. Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome. Now it's time for questions. 2 minutes for questions. Please raise your voting card or your hand online if you want to ask a question to this proposal. We see none. Therefore, we thank the PC for their presentation and move on to PC IFMSA, to the Program for Maternal Health and Access to Safe Abortion. And let's start the presentation.
Dear IFMSA family, this is Nishad, your program coordinator for maternal health and access to safe abortion. Today, I'm really excited to walk you through something we have been working for the past few months, the renewal of master program description. And hopefully by the time the end of this presentation, you will see why we believe this is the right step forward for Mahasa. So before jumping into the renewal itself, let's quickly remind ourselves what Mahasa actually stands for. Since the origin of this program from the past decade, Mahasa has been IFMSA's platform for advancing maternal health, not only through healthcare, but also through advocacy, education, research, and capacity building. But maternal health today is so much bigger than pregnancy alone. It is about the dignity, equity, informed choice, and about making sure that no one is left behind simply because who they are and from where they belong. So, does a document written almost 10 years ago still represent the maternal health landscape we work in today? The answer is not quite. We cannot agree to this, and that's why the renewal focuses on bringing MASA in line with current evidences, with the SDGs alignment, and most importantly, a rights-based and person-centered approach. And of course, this wasn't something that we achieved overnight or by any sort of closed means, but we formed a small working group of 5 members, which really back to the drawing board. We reviewed the previous description, carried out the SWOT analysis, identified the gaps, consulted stakeholders and the international team, and after several rounds of review with the programs team and executive board, this is the document we are presenting today. So what was the reviews that we did? What we found throughout this analysis? During this review, one thing became very obvious. Maternal health had evolved, but our program description hadn't with it. So we found missing priorities, limited strategic directions, no logical framework for monitoring impact, and has a very much narrower view of maternal health. So, there is a glimpse of the changes that we have worked on, the brainstorming we did, the blueprint we had in our mind, from foundational input to the implementation, interventions, and finally putting it to the end goal. The question we had is, how do these activities actually create change? So now the program follows a complete logical pathway from our inputs to interventions to measurable outcomes all the way to our ultimate goal of reducing preventable maternal and neonatal mortality through rights-based and person-centered health care. So, the biggest change was the new focus areas. I would like to say the modified focus areas, and the general structure and strategic improvement behind it was not only about adding new topics, but it also strengthened the structure itself. The background has been updated, target groups has been extended, and most importantly, there were changing narratives and in organizational context with a better and strengthening framework policy. So, looking ahead, we have to operationalize the renewed program description across IFMSA and to support the NMOs in implementing the evidence-based and impactful activities and strengthening monitoring and evaluation to demonstrate measurable impact. And this is the renewed program description. You can just scan the QR code. And here we are to the end. Thank you everyone for standing at the crossroads of motherly strength and defending choices and supporting it. And I hope as we wrap up today, you will support the adoption of this renewed program description. So together we can continue strengthening maternal health across IFMSA. Thank you all again so much.
Thank you, Nishat, for your presentation. Can we confirm that you are online?
Yes, I am online.
Welcome to the plenary. Now let's hear from the NMOs. Do you have any questions? Please raise your voting card or raise your hand online. I see none. Thank you, Nishat, for your presentation. And we will be moving to the
Hi,
program
everybody.
for mental health, and that's PC Patricia Obinte.
Hi, everybody. My name is Patricia Obinda, the IFMSA Program Coordinator on Mental Health. And it is with great excitement that I get to share with you the presentation for the Mental Health Program Description Renewal Proposal. For an introduction, the Mental Health Program was introduced in 2015 with an aim to promote mental well-being, prevent mental health conditions, challenge stigma, and advocate for accessible, inclusive, and rights-based mental health care. This has been achieved through advocacy, capacity building, and community-based interventions through a diverse population of children, vulnerable groups, healthcare professionals, and medical students themselves. This program has 7 focus areas, and the reasons for renewing it include evolving mental health priorities, and the former description did not fully address some of the evolving mental health priorities worldwide, and we also identified some structural gaps which are limiting the program clarity, consistency, and impact assessment. This can also be seen through the misclassification of activities, primarily due to a limited understanding of the core purpose of each focus area. We also wanted to include some SDG analysis so as to align ourselves with the global mental health priorities worldwide. The program is also outdated, as I mentioned. It was adopted in 2015, after which no renewal has been done to it so far. Now, this process began on February 2026 with an amazing SWG, by which we did this in 2 phases. Number 1 was in-depth analysis, where we reviewed the existing program description, analyzed a lot of program enrollment reports, data from 2022, identified recurring gaps, overlaps, regional differences, and also did a very comprehensive SWOT analysis. Now, this helped us to develop the renewed program description, which included the redefinition of the program structure, the objectives, the priority areas, while incorporating emerging mental health needs and overlooked populations to eventually improve guidance for activity enrollment, classification, and monitoring and evaluation. The focus areas which were updated include mental health promotion and prevention, integration of mental health into primary health care, and we have 4 which were renamed and expanded, and that is mental health advocacy and public awareness, mental health among medical students, children's mental health, dangers of substance abuse, communities vulnerable to mental health, and we have a new focus area, and that is mental health, community-based and peer support interventions. Some of the key improvements that we made to the framework included the area of the background in the problem statement, where we expanded it not just to include mental illness and stigma alone, but to include different broad margin challenges such as digital pressures, which are affecting our generation at this time. We also expanded the target groups and the beneficiaries to noteworthy include multi-sectoral partners and institutions, and also improved on the end goal and assumptions with a vision to emphasize prevention, supportive environments, advocacy, while acknowledging structural, social, and financial barriers to impact. We also improved on the interventions, making it so diverse with a lot of community engagement, research, advocacy, targeted interventions for vulnerable groups, and also partnerships, and improved on the narrative, which states that we want to address individual, community, and systemic mental health needs, realizing that medical students are not just positioned as beneficiaries, but as key agents of change. We also improved on the organizational context and resources, and added a section for SDG analysis, annex, and an improved bibliography. In conclusion, the renewed mental health program offers IFMSA a clearer and a more relevant direction for addressing today's mental health realities. It also gives NMOs guidance for developing context-sensitive activities, and we hope that this is going to help the future activity coordinators, program coordinators, and NMOs to lead more coordinated, inclusive, and sustainable mental health action at all international levels. Thank you so much for listening, and shout out to my SWG
Thank you for your presentation.
members.
Can we
You can
confirm that we
confirm?
have PC mental health online?
Yes, I am present.
Welcome to the plenary. Now it's time for the questions. Does anyone have any question online or in person? Please raise your voting card or your hand. I see none. Therefore, we thank the PC for their presentation, and we move on to the last program who's applying for a program description change. The program description change is the PC RSRA chart, so the IFMSA program for realizing sexual and reproductive health and rights. And it's again a video. So let us start now.
Greetings everyone and Namaste. I am Jia Mehta, currently serving as the Program Coordinator for Realizing Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights. Today, I am honored to present the renewal proposal for RSRHR program description. This proposal is the result of a collaborative review aimed at ensuring that our program remains relevant, evidence-based, and responsive to the evolving SRHR landscape. To brief
Please, everyone, be quiet while we present the program description change proposals.
walk you through our process, the RSRHR program was adopted in 2018 and has remained largely unchanged despite significant developments in global priorities. To assess whether the current framework still reflected reality, we reviewed 6 years of enrollment data from 2020 to 2026. The evidence highlighted recurring misclassification, emerging themes that were not adequately represented, and opportunities to improve the overall structure. These findings formed the basis of the renewed framework presented today. Our review identified that some focus areas have overlapping definition, leading to repeated misclassification. Activities were increasingly concentrated in a limited number of focus areas, while several important SRHR topics remained underrepresented. Several activities were submitted under others, indicating gaps in current framework. The proposal could not have been possible without the incredible dedication of a working group, and I would like to sincerely thank all of them for their contribution. The current focus areas are comprehensive sexuality education, LGBTQIA+ issues, sex worker issues, non-violent gender stereotypes, sex pleasure, and sex positivity. Before proposing any changes, we first evaluated the existing framework through a SWOT analysis. The program has strong foundation, including broad SRHR coverage and flexibility for our NMOs. However, we identified structural gap and weakness such as overlapping focus areas, inconsistent categorization, and limited representation of emerging issues. At the same time, evolving global priorities represented an opportunity to modernize the framework while maintaining the status quo, reducing clarity, data quality, and long-term program relevance. This analysis confirmed that renewal was both necessary and evidence-driven. Based on these findings, we reorganized the focus areas into a clearer and comprehensive structure and gained total 6 focus areas: comprehensive sexuality education, reproductive health, menstrual health, LGBTQIA+ health and rights, sexual health and pleasure literacy, sexual health and rights of historically marginalized communities. Beyond updating the focus areas, we also introduced several structure improvements. Background and problem statement were evidence-based and focused, equity-focused with specific statistics and challenges. We expanded the target group and beneficiaries, aligned our new program with the SDG analysis, logical framework was added, and a detailed resources was given for to be used by the activity coordinators. The renewal reflects 5 years of program data, a member feedback, and evolving SRHR priorities, positioning IFMSA with a stronger evidence-based and future-ready program. It provides NMOs with clear framework, defined focus area, and strong monitoring system, while enabling comprehensive action through education, advocacy, research, policy engagement, and community outreach. It broadens the scope of SRHR by bringing a well diverse and balanced target group and beneficiaries. By adopting this proposal, future program coordinators and NMOs will be equipped to build stronger partnerships and generate evidence and expand youth-led advocacy, ensuring the program remains responsive to evolving SRHR needs. Ultimately, this renewed framework lays the foundation for advancing equitable, inclusive, youth-friendly, sexual and reproductive health and rights, empowering medical students to become leaders in driving sustainable system change worldwide. You can access the full program description and analysis by scanning the QR. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation. Can I confirm that Gia is online?
Yes, I am present.
Welcome to the plenary. Now it's time for questions. If you have a question to this program description change proposal, raise your hand online or your voting card in person. I see none. Therefore, we thank the PC for their presentation, and we thank all PCs collectively for their submissions. Now we move to agenda item number 21. So it's the presentation of national member organizations applying for a membership or for a change of status. And we received a request for a speakers list. It's speakers list number 10. Who would like to be on the speakers list? Okay, I have the regional director for the Americas, regional director for Asia Pacific, and regional director for Africa. And for EMR. So we have 4 statements. So we start with again, for the secretary team, we start with the Americas, then Asia Pacific, then Africa, and then EMR. So are the Americas at interim? You have 2 interim. You have 2 minutes. Mike for the regional director.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mia, she, her are the Americas. Dear NMOs, the Americas is a region built through connection. Across islands, coastlines, mountains, and borders, our strength has always come from the people who chose to come together, share their realities, and create opportunities for others. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from the Medical Students Association of St. Kitts and Nevis, MSA-SKN, as they present their candidature for membership in IFMSA. Reaching this moment is not easy. Preparing a membership candidature requires much more than completing documents or delivering a presentation. It demands months of coordination, internal organization, institutional development, difficult conversations, continuous learning, and the commitment of students who often carry this work alongside their academic and personal responsibilities. It requires building structures that can last, understanding the federation, gathering evidence, reviewing requirements, responding to feedback, and continuing even when the process becomes challenging or uncertain. Behind every candidature are countless meetings, revisions, late nights, and people who choose to believe that the organization and its members deserves a place within the global medical student community. MSA St. Kitts and Nevis' presence today reflects that dedication. It also reminds us of the importance of strengthening Caribbean representation within our federation. The Caribbean is an essential part of the identity of the Americas, with its own cultures, health realities, challenges, innovations, and vibrant medical student communities. Every new voice from this sub-region enriches our conversation and allows our region to be represented in a more complete and meaningful way. Today is an opportunity to discover who IFMSA St. Kitts and Nevis is, what has inspired their journey, and how they envision contributing to IFMSA. It's also an opportunity to recognize the students behind this candidature, their persistence, teamwork, courage, and commitment to creating stronger opportunities for medical students in St. Kitts and Nevis. As they share their story with us, let us approach this session with curiosity,
Thank you,
openness,
RD
and
Americas.
appreciation.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Now we move to RD Asia Pacific.
Dear animals, we'd like to sincerely thank you, the Papua New Guinea Medical Students Association, for the tremendous support, effort, dedication, and commitment they have invested in preparing their application for IFMSA membership. Their journey reflects a genuine aspiration to become a part of our federation and strengthen medical education through collaboration across the region. For Asia Pacific region, this application carries special significance. For the past 2 years, our region has been represented and solely by national member organizations from Asia. PNG's application gives us support and hope that for once again having a Pacific voice within our region, making Asia Pacific truly representatives of the name. While procedural challenges affected the outcomes of this year's application, they do not diminish the remarkable progress PNG MSA has achieved. The work they have done to establish a strong national organization and reach this stage is truly commendable. We firmly believe that the foundations they have built will support an even stronger application in the future. The regional team remains fully committed to supporting them in the next steps of their membership journey. We are confident that this is not the end, but the beginning of a lasting partnership. We look forward to welcoming PNG MSA into the IFMSA journey in the years to come and celebrating the return of a Pacific voice to our beloved federation. Thank you.
Thank you. And we move on to RD Africa.
Dear IFMSA family, it's always a special moment when our family has the opportunity to welcome new voices, new perspectives, and new opportunities in the Federation. Today, we welcome the Botswana Medical Student Association, BOMSA, as they present their application for membership in our Federation. An application for membership is just more than a procedural step. It represents a journey of dedication, perseverance, and collective efforts of students who have worked tirelessly to build an organization that is ready to contribute to our shared mission. Reaching this stage is a significant milestone and reflects the commitment and vision that have guided BOMSA through the process. For African region, this moment is of particular significance. Every aspiring animal represents the continued growth of medical student leadership across our continent, reinforces our belief that our region is the strongest when more voices are empowered to contribute. We are delighted to see the Botswana Medical Student Association reaching this stage, and we recognize their hard work, their determination, and collaboration that have made this moment possible. As we begin this session, let us take the opportunity to listen carefully, appreciate their journey that brought them here, and learn more about their aspiration and their vision in contributing to IFMSA. With love, RD Africa.
Thank you, RD Africa. And now it's time for RD EMR.
Dear IFMSA leaders, on behalf of the EMR team, myself, and the Vice President for members, we would like to sincerely thank the Saudi Arabia Medical Students Committee for the tremendous dedication and hard work they have invested since last August in establishing themselves nationally and preparing their application for IFMSA membership. Throughout their journey, they have demonstrated remarkable commitment, professionalism, and perseverance. The progress achieved, particularly over the past few months, has been significant and reflects the strength of their candidature and the solid foundation they have built as an emerging national member organization. While some challenges arose during the submission process, particularly within the presentation component, these should not overshadow the substantial achievements and readiness they have demonstrated. We are confident that with the continued guidance and support of the regional team and the membership IT throughout the candidate membership period, they will continue to strengthen their organization and successfully integrate into our federation. The EMR warmly welcomes the opportunity to expand its family within the GCC. We are excited by the prospect of welcoming Saudi Arabia as our 20th national member organization, further strengthening the diversity and representation of all sub-regional areas within the EMR. We sincerely hope to welcome the Saudi Arabia Medical Students Committee into the IFMSA family this AM and look forward to supporting them on the next step of their journey. With appreciation on behalf of the EMR team and the VPM.
Thank you, RDEMR. Is there anyone else who would like to be included on the speakers list? I see none. Therefore, we proceed to the agenda point itself. Just a quick explanation. For each presentation, there will be a different modality, and also for some, we'll be just collecting questions. So we'll be informing you before each presentation how the questions can be asked, whether live or via email. Remember, the votes are not today, so there will be ample time for the presenter to reply to you if they can't be here with us. We are starting with the Candidate Medical Association from Botswana, BOMSA. They submitted a video, and we will be collecting questions afterwards. So can we play the video? And just for your information, the maximum time for presentation is 10 minutes, and then 5 minutes for answers to your questions.
Good day, respected chairs, members of the IFMSA General Assembly, and fellow medical students from around the world. It is an honor to stand before you today as the Vice President of the Botswana Medical Students Association. We are here to formally apply for IFMSA candidate membership, and we sincerely thank you for this opportunity to present our case. Firstly, who is BOMSA? BOMSA is the Botswana Medical Students Association that was established in 2024 at the University of Botswana School of Medicine. Our mission is to represent, empower, and develop medical students across Botswana through advocacy, education, research, community service, and international collaboration. Our vision is to cultivate a generation of ethically grounded, academically excellent, and socially responsive medical professionals who will improve health outcomes not only in Botswana but globally. Currently, we represent only one medical school and approximately 200 medical students. We are the sole national voice of our profession's next generation. Moving on to membership, we have 3 membership categories. Firstly, we have our ordinary members who are enrolled medical.
Hi everyone. We're getting to some loudness in the room that is not very respectful towards people candidating. And I know this is a video. If at this point you feel like you need a break, see if you can leave the room for a bit. People in the back, you can be anywhere else but here. If you're here, I expect you to pay attention. If you're not paying attention, at least be quiet. Please, let's learn about BOMSA.
Students with full voting rights. Secondly, we have our associate members who are supporters of BOMSA's aims, but they do not have any voting rights. Thirdly, we have our honorary and alumni members who are advisory contributors of BOMSA, and just like our associate members, they do not have any voting rights. Moving on to our organizational structure, our governance is simple yet robust. At the top is our National General Assembly, which elects a 10-member executive board. Below that, we have 5 standing committees that drive our work in education, research, exchange, public health, and advocacy. The structure ensures that every member has a pathway to leadership and impact. So why are we here? Why IFMSA? Firstly, because IFMSA is a natural extension of our Constitution's mandate. Our own Constitution explicitly commits us to foster international collaborations and participation in global health initiatives through FAMSA and IFMSA. Secondly, we see IFMSA as a premier global platform for cultural exchange, student empowerment, and tackling pressing health challenges. Thirdly, we are ready to engage in standing committees, ready for exchange programs, and ready to advocate alongside IFMSA on issues that matter to our patients and communities. To BOMSA, membership is not just a status, it's a commitment. What has BOMSA done so far? Though we are new, we have been active. We run academic workshops and seminars at least 2 per semester on clinical skills, research methods, ethics, as well as monthly health topics in collaboration with external professionals. Secondly, we hold monthly hospital health talks at our teaching hospital. These sessions improve health literacy among patients and strengthen our students' communication skills. We also have launched community outreach programs where we have health education and preventative health care campaigns delivered with local partner organizations. These activities show that we are not just waiting, we are already building the foundation of our organization. Now, I'll briefly touch on how we govern ourselves because sustainability matters. Our constitution is the supreme governing document. It covers membership, finance, elections, discipline, and even dissolution. Our executive board has 10 elected officers serving 1-year terms with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Our executive board also holds monthly board meetings. Elections are run by an independent electoral committee using secret ballots. Financially, we require 2 signatures for transactions, produce quarterly reports, conduct annual audits, as well as retain records for 5 years. And additionally, we have built-in succession planning with clear office ladders, 60-day by-elections, and documented handover procedures. In short, we show that we are built to last. Today, BOMSA is recognized as the only voice for medical students across Botswana. We represent the only medical school in the country and all the approximately 200 medical students, including permanent residents. We have already built partnerships with the Botswana Doctors Union and the Botswana Surgical Society. This gives us credibility and reach, and it makes us the sole national representative body for the next generation of doctors in Botswana. Now I'll address the international journey. In 2022, Botswana's previous NMO membership was removed. BOMSA, being a new association, has since then worked deliberately to rebuild governance by outlining clear membership types, financial control, and accountability. Today, we are constitutionally committed to regional collaboration through IFMSA, and we are now ready to take it to the next step with IFMSA. We plan to attend IFMSA General Assemblies and engage actively with standing committees. We look forward to regional support from IFMSA Africa as we build out exchange programs, research, and advocacy programs. This is not about just regaining Botswana's seat at the IFMSA table. It's about earning our place through contribution. So, what does Botswana bring to IFMSA? We bring a unique national perspective. As the sole medical student voice in a single medical school system navigating national health priorities, we bring active and ready volunteers, about 200 engaged members already running outreach, hospital talks, and networking events. We bring genuine commitment to contribute. We offer a dedicated global affairs portfolio specifically to sustain international engagement. And we bring a strong appetite for exchange and training, particularly in our scope style, clinical exchange, reproductive health, and climate-related health advocacy. We are small, but we are mobilized, and we are ready to give as much as we receive. Looking ahead, as an IFMSA candidate member, we plan to expand membership across eligible students, strengthen our standing committees, attend IFMSA meetings, scale our projects in advocacy, particularly in public health, reproductive health, and climate, and build sustainable leadership through the term limits, succession planning, and handover procedures already embedded in our constitution. We are not just asking for membership, we are presenting a roadmap. In closing, we would like to thank the membership team, our mentors, and the General Assembly for their time and consideration. We are genuinely excited about the opportunity to join IFMSA and contribute to this incredible global community of medical students. We are ready to learn, to share, and to grow with you. Thank you for your time.
Just a quick break. So we need to make a new roll call on NEMO vote in order to make sure that we have quorum. So please refresh NEMO vote so that any sessions that logged out for you are back online. All right, we are safe right now. You can continue doing that to check whether Wi-Fi is working for you, because there might have been some quick Wi-Fi issue that led us to lose quorum. Okay. Thank you so much, Bamsa Botswana. I was informed that somebody joined Zoom from the candidate NMO. Can you confirm? Can the representative of
Yes.
Bamsa? Hi, welcome to
Yes,
the
I'm
plenary.
present.
So we will now proceed with the round of questions. So we will be keeping the time. We'll inform you 1 minute before the time would be over if you're answering a question at that time. So we now open the floor to the in-person and online NMOs to ask questions to the candidature. Please raise your voting card or your hand if you want to ask a question. I see none, therefore we thank Bamsa Botswana for their presentation. And we move on alphabetically, we're doing that alphabetically, to another candidate to become an IFMSA NMO, MSA Pakistan. Just give me a quick second. Since nobody from MSA Pakistan is able to join us in either forum, according to the bylaws, the VPM is going to present on their behalf.
Hi, dear NMOs.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, MSA Pakistan informed us today that they will not be joining the plenary, so according to our bylaws, the Vice President for Members is mandated to present the application to the NMOs in plenary on their behalf, so this is what we will proceed to be doing. I'll keep the presentation based on the documentation that the NMO has shared, and I'll try to be as neutral as possible when presenting the information. So about the organization themselves, MSA Pakistan was established in May 2023. This is now their 7th application trying to join IFMSA. The first application was submitted in August meeting 2023, and subsequently every General Assembly since then we have received an application from the organization. According to the application and submitted documentation, the organization currently represents 3,553 medical students and 358 non-medical students. It additionally represents 48 medical institutions across Pakistan, in which 124 are located. They are also reporting an annual operating budget of 9,604 euros. This is important for you to know when you're evaluating the financial stability of the organization and whether or not this is equitable enough for them to join IFMSA. As the organization, their organization reported that their application and the motivation behind their application stems mainly from their will to and the wish to represent their students internationally, and they wish to participate in IFMSA General Assemblies, the regional meetings and SRTs, and they wish to host meetings as well. When it comes to the organizational structure of the organization, a National General Assembly is the highest decision-making body according to their own regulations. The organization also has established a supervising council, a national executive board, and a team of officials corresponding to the the relevant standing committees that we have them in IFMSA. They also operate with a national assistant basis and local councils and local coordinating councils. In their activities section, MSA Pakistan has reported that since this establishment, they organized 387 activities across the 4 years that I referred back to before, and their applications seem to note that those activities were mainly centered around the thematic areas in which IFMSA also operates. When it comes to other medical students organization, and this is where we get important, is currently in Pakistan, we also have an NMO. IFMSA Pakistan is currently an NMO of IFMSA. Their membership status is currently suspended, so they are listing this as one of the organizations that are currently in the country. Additionally, they are mentioning AMSA Pakistan, RSAP, Incision Pakistan, and PMA's UP. Their application describes similarities and differences in representation and possible collaboration with each organization. I will refer you to the VPM report on evaluation of membership applications for you to read more thoroughly. And you also can read the report on second organizations from the same United Nations country that is represented in FMSA, so you can read more in depth the context of which the two organizations coexist. So with that being said, I'm gonna conclude here, not prolong the plenary. Yeah, that's pretty much it for the presentation for MSA Pakistan. And I'll give the floor back to our chairperson.
Thank you so much, VPM, for the presentation. So regarding questions, there's obviously the possibility to ask, but if you want to receive the answer from MSA Pakistan themselves, you can either ask the question now, or you can email the organization CC IFMSA VPM, so that then they reply before the vote takes place. Is that correct, VPM? Thank you. So, are there any questions you would like to read out? Or seek clarification from the VPM now? I see none. Therefore, now I'm going to ask again people at the back and everybody to be really, really, really quiet. We move on to PNG MSA, so an NMO applying to be a candidate member from Papua New Guinea. Wait.
Good night, everyone. Good night, distinguished members of the General Assembly, respected Executive Board members, national member organizations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jared Andakole, and I have the privilege of presenting the Papua New Guinea Medical Students Association. Today, we are honored to present our application for candidate membership in the International Federation of Medical Students Association. Through this presentation, we hope to introduce our organization, our vision, our work, and why we believe PNG-MSA is ready to become part of the IFMSA. To begin, let me first introduce our country. Papua New Guinea is located in the southwestern Pacific Ocean and is the largest Pacific island nation, with a population of approximately 12 million people. Our country is one of the most culturally diverse nations in the world, with over 800 languages spoken. Alongside this diversity, we face major health care challenges, including maternal health, infectious disease, the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases, and limited healthcare access in many rural communities. These challenges inspire our medical students to become leaders, advocates, and innovators who can improve healthcare throughout the country. To understand our association, it is important to understand the medical education in Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea currently has 2 medical schools, The University of Papua New Guinea School of Medicine and Health Sciences, which was established in 2001, initially started as the Papuan Medical College in the 1960s, later became part of the University of Papua New Guinea, and next year it will be a standalone university called the Papua New Guinea University of Medicine and Health Sciences. We graduates approximately 30 to 50 doctors annually, including students from neighboring Pacific nations like Solomon Islands and Vanuatu. The next university is the Divanod University, established in its medical program in 2016, and it graduates around 15 to 30 medical doctors each year. Together, these institutions educate approximately 400 medical students each year. So, who exactly is PNG-MSA? PNG-MSA is a student-led, non-profit, non-political national organization representing medical students across Papua New Guinea. Our mission extends beyond academics. We strive to promote excellence in medical education, leadership, research, professionalism, public health, and community service. Our members believe that becoming a doctor also means becoming a leader and advocate for our communities. These principles are reflected in our vision and core values. Our vision is to develop a generation of medical students who lead in healthcare, research, education, advocacy, and community service. Our mission is to represent medical students, improve medical education, promote research, develop future leaders, strengthen public health, and establish internal partnerships. Everything we do is guided by our core values, which are professionalism, integrity, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, respect for human rights, and commitment to community health. PNG-MSA is governed by an elected executive board led by the President, Vice President, Secretary General, and Director of Finance. Supporting them are directors responsible for medical education, public health, research and exchanges, reproductive health, external affairs, advocacy, member affairs, and finance. PNG-MSA operates through specialized standing committees. These include medical education, public health, sexual and reproductive health and rights, research exchange, professional exchange, and human rights and peace. These committees allow students to contribute in areas they are passionate about while developing leadership and professional skills. Our activities include health awareness campaigns, community outreach, medical education workshops, leadership development, research promotion advocacy, professional exchange, and representing students nationally. IFMSA membership would open tremendous opportunities for students, medical students in Papua New Guinea. It will connect us to a global network of future healthcare leaders, strengthen leadership development, increase participation in research and professional exchanges, allow us to learn international best practices, promote global health, and provide Papua New Guinea with a stronger voice within the international medical community. So Papua New Guinea also has much to contribute to the IFMSA. We believe that we bring the perspective of the Pacific region, especially in terms of tropical medicine, knowledge of indigenous healthcare practices, and one of the world's richest cultural environments. And our members are very passionate, resilient, and are eager to contribute actively to the global medical community. So PNG-MSA has completed all the requirements. Next. Okay. Yes, okay. PNG-MSA has completed all the requirements, required documents for candidate membership. our application, constitution, and governance structure. Yeah. Okay. PNG MSc is officially supported by the University of Papua New Guinea School of Medicine and Health Sciences. The executive officer has officially confirmed the existence of our association, recognizes our leadership, and supports our continued growth. And this institutional backing provides a strong foundation for our future development. So looking forward over the next 5 years, we aim to expand participation across the country, strengthen its standing committee, increase research activities, promote public health initiatives, develop exchange opportunities, establish international partnerships, and nurture our future leaders or physician leaders. And candidate membership will help, with IFMSA, will help transform these goals. So our commitment, PNG-MSA is committed to professionalism, accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, collaboration, respect, human rights, and active participation within the IFMSA. So in closing, we respectfully ask for your confidence and support in admitting the Papua New Guinea Medical Students Association as an IFMSA candidate member. We are ready to contribute, ready to learn, ready to represent the Pacific region within the global IFMSA community. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, PNG MSA. Now we open the floor for questions. If you have any questions, raise your voting card or your Zoom hand. There's a question from Alem Luxembourg. Please bring the mic to the NMO.
Tim Hihim Alam Luxembourg speaking. First, thank you so much for your candidature. So in your application, one of your mentioned activities is a participation in a fundraising event organized by Ireland's Petroleum, a fossil fuels company. This type of company figures in the category of prohibited external partners in the newest version of IFMSA's proposed amended ethical fundraising framework. What will your approach towards this type of partnership be should you be elected as a candidate member?
So to a question, if we become an elected member of the candidate member of the IFMSA, we would abide by the IFMSA bylaws. So yeah, we would abide by what the IFMSA bylaws and rules say.
Thank you for the answer. Are there any other questions? In person, online? I see none. Therefore, we thank PNG MSA for their presentation. And we now ask you again to refresh your NEMO vote. Make sure you're logged in. We do those checks periodically to ensure that the quorum is present.
Hi guys, just an update. I see a lot of people working on iPad, and I know that that one doesn't keep it open. So if you have Nemo Vote on your iPad, make sure that you either slide it so you have 2 tabs open or keep it open, because almost everyone, even on the first row, is not even logged in, and I know you're on your laptops. So please keep it open, because otherwise we cannot continue. We barely have quorum right now, so let's wait a little bit longer, because otherwise we're going to have to stop presentations, and that's just not what we want. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are turning to MSA SKN from St. Kitts and Nevis, and we have the slides that they submitted. We need to find them. And we were informed that a representative is present. So before we start, I want to just to communicate to the presenter that please tell us specifically when you want the slides to change so that we can facilitate your presentation swiftly. So are you there? Can you confirm? Please try speaking.
MSA SKN is here, yes.
Present. Thank you so much. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation and the time starts now.
Okay, well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So give me 1 second here. So good morning and good evening, depending upon where you are in the world, delegate members of the General Assembly. My name is Jagdish and I'm the Vice President of MSA SKN. And it's an honor to be with you today. We are here today formally to present our application for recognition as national member organization within International Federation of Medical Student Associations. In few next minutes, we will share who we are, why we were formed, and how we are prepared to responsibly and sustainably represent medical students in St. Kitts and Nevis. Next slide, please. So IUHS is a global medical school that is based in St. Kitts and Nevis. Its students are represented in 16 different countries. So being on a small island, we have students which are global. We have over 800 clinical training sites, and we have over 450 alumni practicing internationally. Our medical school has a commitment to community engagement and global health. I'll move on to the next slide, please. Give me 1 second. I have to be able to see these slides over as well. So St. Kitts and Nevis is home to multiple medical schools serving both regional and international students. And despite the strong educational presence, there has historically been no unified national platform representing the students in St. Kitts and Nevis. So each institution operates independently, and there has never been any structure, national student body to unify our voices. Now, this absence of coordinated representation is what led to formation of a Medical Student Association of St. Kitts and Nevis. While our organization began at IUHS, our constitution and structure are built to include the represent all medical students within the Federation. So that would be not just the St. Kitts and Nevis, but also globally. Next slide, please. Before MSA SKN, students had internal school level organization, but no national advocacy structure. There was no unified voice for policy engagement, no coordinated public health outreach, no national collaboration across the institution, no pathway to the international medical student engagement. Now, we recognize that our country deserved structured representation, and the student deserved access to global opportunity, such as those offered by IFMSA. Next slide, please. Now, St. Kitts and Nevis is home to multiple medical schools, serving both regional and international students. I feel like we have been over there. There we go. That's how MSA SKN came to existence. MSA SKN was created by students for students. We begin with a core leadership group committed to building sustainable, democratic, and transparent organization. We developed a formal constitution, defined bylaws, and elected executive board, clear membership criteria, succession and transition process as we graduate. We were international in aligning our governance structure with IFMSA's principle, democracy, transparency, and accountability. MSA SKN is a student-led. While we maintain the professional relationship with the institutional leadership, governance decision remains independent and democratic. Next slide, please. Now, MSA SKN was created to represent all the medical students in St. Kitts and Nevis, not just one institution. As we recognize there are multiple medical schools in that island, our purpose is to build collaboration instead of competition between the schools, create a unified national voice, promote advocacy and community health action, strengthen professional and academic development. Together, our collective power is stronger than individual effort. So that's the main goal and idea behind MSA SKN. Our framework is inclusively designed and structured by the expansion across the institutions. Next slide, please. Our vision is to build a sustainable, nationally recognized student-led organization that empowers medical students to lead into healthcare, advocacy, education, and global collaboration. We envision a future where medical students in St. Kitts and Nevis are actively involved in public health initiatives, engaged in global health, trained in leadership and advocacy, connected to international medical student community. Recognition as IFMSA NMO would help us to transform this vision into a structured reality. Next slide, please. Our mission to unify and empower medical students in St. Kitts and Nevis through the leadership development, community engagement, and academic collaboration and global partnership. We aim to cultivate socially responsible physicians who understand both local healthcare needs and global health dynamic. Next slide, please. Now, our objectives are aligned with IFMSA's core values standing committees. These include promoting public health awareness, supporting medical education improvement, encouraging research collaboration, advancing human rights and equity, and fostering professional development. Even prior to applying for formal IFMSA membership, we have structured initiatives to mirror IFMSA's standing committee model. Next slide, please. On executive board consists of democratically elected student leaders serving defined term as outlined by our constitutions and bylaws. Positions include president, vice president, secretary general, treasurer, and standing committee directors. We have defined terms limits, transparent election processes, accountability mechanisms. Now, this ensures that sustainability is beyond any single cohort. Next slide, please. The organization has led community outreach focused on wellness, health education, and student support. These initiatives demonstrate active student engagement, practical impact, and organization capability. We also track participation outcomes to ensure continuity and measurable growth. Next slide, please. Beyond the community outreach, our students have initiated peer mentoring programs as well, and professional development sessions. Now that's me on the top right corner at the research conference. Not just the one conference, we as members of MSA SKN attend multiple conferences and present our organization with pride. These projects shows the leadership capacity, internal motivation, and sustainable management. The next slide, please. We also have initiated different type of workshops, including clinical skills. Our students are not waiting for recognition, but they act. But IFMSA recognition would amplify our impact significantly. Next slide, please. Now, why IFMSA? We are applying for IFMSA not simply for status, but for the partnership with you. We are seeking for your support for structured exchange opportunities, leadership trainings, capacity building, policy engagement, and integration to global medical student network. Next slide, please. As an IFMSA NMO, we commit to active participation in general assemblies, contribution to standing committees, transparent reporting, and continuous development. Our goal is engagement, not symbolic membership, and we understand the responsibility that comes with NMO status. And we are prepared for it, and we are prepared to uphold this status. And next slide, please. On behalf of MSA, SKN, and medical students of St. Kitts and Nevis, we thank you for your time, your consideration, and commitment to global student collaboration. We respectfully ask and trust your support as we take this step forward toward becoming part of the IFMSA family. And that would be the presentation. I would be happy to take any questions if you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now there's 5 minutes for questions. please raise your voting card if you want to ask a question. And I see one question from Alem Luxembourg.
Hello, Tim Yim from Alem Luxembourg speaking. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have one question. Currently, MSA SKN receives the entirety of its income from one source, the IUHS. From what I've read in the application, IUHS has guaranteed to financially support MSA SKN in its first year, including helping with the payment of the first membership fee. However, past this time point, the NMO's financial situation is unclear, with no precise information on how you aim to mobilize financial resources. Through which means does MSA SKN plan to ensure long-term financial sustainability, including the payment of the IFMSA membership fee beyond the first year? Thank you.
Thank you very much for
You
your
may
question.
answer the question now.
Absolutely, thank you. Thank you for your question, Tim. Now, that's a great question. Now, as mentioned, that MSA SKN's only source is not just the IUHS. Fortunately, we over here, we as the members and directors of the MSA SKNs are doing well, and we are in Western countries, which means the resources over here that we have are also sufficient support. May IUHS choose to withdraw their financial support. Right now, the budget that has been set for the organization is $1,500 a year, $1,500 US a year, along with $500 as a float, which for now is the resource is the members and directors and IUHS, but going forward, the membership would be based keeping that in mind for sustainability. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions from the hall, from the online space? I do not see any. Thank you so much, MSA SKN, for your presentation. Now, a question to you all, because we are now approaching the time that we were supposed to break for a dinner. However, there is one presentation left, after which we have two presentations for the GA hosts, which are going to take 15 minutes plus 5 minutes for questions, and then 3 MOUs to vote on, and that's the end of the plenary. So our proposal as plenary team is for us to stay on for this one presentation, so it's 10 to 15 more minutes. Then we break for exactly an hour as it was supposed to be. Then we return, and exactly after 60 minutes we start whenever the quorum is present for the GA host presentations. So please calculate that. And it's now, we assume that it might take around 50 minutes after that. So which would mean that we would be done with the plenary 1 hour ahead of schedule. So there would be 1 more hour before the NFDP for you guys maybe to return to your rooms and prepare. So is there an agreement to stay on for one? Please raise your voting card if you want to stay on.
This looks like more people than I have quorum in my Nemo vote right now. Please log on to Nemo votes.
I mean, that sticker is going to end up in the chat each time when we are close to losing quorum. So that should ask as a motivator to all of the iPad people, especially. I didn't know that. It's good to have younger people on the plenary team because I'm from the generation, we don't know that. Okay, so we are now left with the candidate member organization from Saudi Arabia. Sadly, they were not able to join us today, so the regional director Zainab is going to present on their behalf. So Zainab, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to transmit a message from Saudi Arabia. They're really sorry for not being able to make it today. However, the person who was supposed to present does not have stable internet connection. Having said that, I'm very honored and very, very proud to present the membership candidature of SMSC Saudi Arabia to IFMSA. So this is an organization that started with a group of students who have seen an Instagram story of an EMR meeting, and they texted that account, and they asked how can they become part of this organization. And this is how it all started more than a year ago. Today, this organization is now present in every single medical school in Saudi Arabia. They are, I'm very sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, so they are representing 39 medical schools out of 39 medical schools present in their country. So far, they are representing around 15,000 medical students, which is a bit more than 2/3 of the total medical students that they have and who are eligible as per their bylaws. However, they did leave a small margin because in the system in Saudi Arabia, non-medical students can be part of medical faculties for 1 to 2 years, especially if they're studying public health or if they're studying pharmacy in order to go into a more specialized track, which is why you would see in their membership application that 50 non-medical students would be represented within their NMO, and these are the 50. They are usually not many of these students, which would amount to maximum 50. Now, when it comes to their structure, they have a national EB, they have a national TO, but since Saudi Arabia is big and they have 39 LCs, they decided to also follow the regional division that they have in the country. So for every region, they will have a regional representative and the regional board, and then this regional board will overlook the LCs. Every LC will have its own board as well, and all of them will report back to the EB. There are no other medical organizations in Saudi Arabia. There was a previous one, IFMSA Saudi Arabia. However, this one has been discontinued for a very long time, and they have nothing to do with that one. Now, when it comes to the activities that were done by Saudi Arabia, they started on a small scale. They started with just introductory sessions about who they are, what's the federation, what's the goal, what's their mission, what's their vision. But eventually, they had one general assembly, and they had an activity on mental health. Now, okay. What else? Okay, so for now, they are very well endorsed by their Ministry of Education. They have a special division within the Ministry of Education for student-led organizations, and they are supported by said division. Having said that, as of now, their budget does rely on them. However, they are already exploring alternatives, including membership fees, including exchange implementation that would feed into their budget instead of solely relying on the governmental institution. And since they're just starting, they are starting so far with 4 standing committees. The 2 exchange standing committees that they would like to activate as soon as they can, SCOMI and SCOF. Why SCOMI and SCOF? Simply because within the people who were interested within their board, they had experts in public health and people who are very well knowledgeable in medical education, and they thought that this would be a good starting point for them. Now, okay, so one of the most recent achievements that they did was to start active recruitment of members as part of OCs. So at the very beginning, when they started as the leadership, were the one who were organizing all the activities, but as of now, they are able to capacitate members to create activities, no matter how small scale these activities are. And they are wishing to grow step by step with IFMSA. Other than that, they are very excited to have, they are learning right now about plenaries the way IFMSA does them, because they do plenaries in a very different way, and they are very excited to have their very first plenary, hopefully this coming winter. That's it from my side. I hope I gave them justice. I know I didn't, because it's at the end of the day a full year of preparation to submit this membership application, and I I would be available for any questions. They would be available for any questions via email as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, RDEMR, for the presentation delivered on behalf of the candidate NMO. As you know, you can either ask the question now to the VPM, or you can read out the question, or maybe just submit it via email. Okay, we have question from Bill Armenia. And please, before your question, specify whether the question is towards the VPM, or just you want to read out the question that will be answered via email.
Okay, Bill Armenia, Tigran Oganessian, Armenian. Thank you for your time and for your presentation. This question is for both, for not only you and the NMO, but also to Executive Board itself. Unfortunately, I don't know how many of us are informed, but as an NMO that's went through a lot of difficulties and still going through them to keep its existence, I'm infinitely happy to see new NMOs. However, I want to remind you that previous NMO of Saudi Arabia ceased its existence by the order of Ministry of Education of Saudi Arabia. I want to ask the new ones, who I will be absolutely glad to support, you and the whole Executive Board and all the presidents present here, how much we are sure we can help them and we can make sure they are protected to be part of this family and not see the same faith of the previous NMO. Thank you a lot.
So the RDEMR, yes, that was my mistake. Not VPM, RDEMR is the one answering.
Okay, so thank you so much for your question. We had discussed this in one of the very, very first meetings we had with them, and we actually had the honor to meet with the representative of their Ministry of Education, and they explained that what happened with the previous NMO is that they were not really integrated into the system of youth organization that exists within the country, and they refused at some point to abide by that system. Having said that, they ceased to exist. This NMO founded itself within this student-led body, within the student organization's body that is present within the ministry. So this is one of the most important differences that's present between both NMOs. Another thing is that when we were drafting the bylaws, especially the last few months when we were adapting them to both IFMSA but also their own reality, we made sure to go over, actually the NMO president created a checklist, and they made sure that they are abiding by every single requirement that is present within their country to ensure that they would get the support they need. So I will definitely ask them to answer your question, the question from their perspective. I'm sure they have more information to give you, but from what I know, from all the preparation, this is what I have. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. So there's another question by Bill Armenia. Please give the mic back.
First of all, thank you a lot. Bill Armenia, it's again Tigran Oganessian. So another question, which again, as an organization that suffers a lot for its right to stay independent from local issues and local beneficiaries, how sure we are that the previous NMO wasn't seized because it strived to stay independent, and how sure we are that the new one is independent and will stay independent from some authorities. And I want to specify that this question for everyone is to be aware of the difficulties of the new NMO and to be ready to help them and not question their right and their desire to join us. Thank you.
Again, it's a completely understandable question. So we cannot know for sure what happened with the previous NMO. We were not there. None of us was there, actually. I don't think any of us was there. But we did study everything, every document we have in the archive. And we did see several warnings sent by the government of Saudi Arabia to the organization. Several warnings, and these warnings were spaced by 5 to 6 months each, and they were very specific, like you need to abide by this specific rule. Yes, the previous one. You need to abide by this previous rule. You need to abide by this. You are in breach of this previous rule. This is your last warning before you are removed. So at least we know that there was communication. And if there was communication in the past, why would we think that there wouldn't be one now? Especially that, again, as I told you, they have a seat at the Council of the Youth Organizations within the Ministry of Education. So definitely we're ready for this. Definitely we discussed this with them, but we go into this with good faith towards the NMO, towards the body, the students who are leading this NMO. They are really good leaders. And towards the government, we don't want to always keep in mind that governments are against us. Maybe for once they are with. And we have very good examples, by the way, within the GCC and the EMR of governments being supportive of the NMOs. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? I see none. Therefore, we close. Thank you, RDEMR, for delivering the presentation on behalf of IFMSA. Okay, now some announcements. Announcement number 1 is that we remind you all to care for your voting cards. So the moment that you don't want it stolen or you don't want someone else raising your flag instead of you, so please, whenever you leave the hall, please give it back to the CCC and collect it right afterwards. Announcement number 2, it's 8:14 local time, which means that we are now breaking for 1 hour exactly. So please be in the room exactly and seated and ready for the plenary 9:15. We will be starting whenever we have quorum, and we do not have the space to wait for anybody else. So we will proceed with 2 presentations and 3 motions, and that's the end of the plenary. Thank you so much. Enjoy your dinner.